Yeah. And I got like 3 at the same household. Big cartoons, Frankie Donuts, right?
How's that go?
We're okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll do it.
Yeah. I have a friend who's working in a project and she's going to work with
I think that was worse than that deadline.
Yeah.
And so I got it going. So when I asked that question, I actually had to connect the mobile so I could show over.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming. Let me. Okay, perfect. Done. All right, thank you all very much for coming. Welcome to the Tuesday, November 1st, 2022 meeting of the Pittsfield Town Council. I'd like to start the meeting by inviting everyone to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. At this time, I'd like to ask for just a moment of silence, please. All right, very well. Thank you, folks. So let's move on to number 2, the adoptions of the minutes of the regular meeting held on October 18th, 2022, and the budget workshop held on October 18th, 2022. I'll look for a motion from the council, please.
I'll make a motion to adopt the regular meeting minutes held on October 18th, 2022, and the budget workshop held on October 18th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments, council? No changes, everything looks good? Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of adopting the minutes of the regular meeting on October 18th and the budget workshop held on October 18th, 2022, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the minutes have passed. Thank you. So let's move on to number 3. We'll start with certificates and ceremonies presentation for a time of Chief Bickmore. We have our representative, Amanda Collmore, so I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you.
You need my assistance at all?
Well, I think I'm okay.
Just sit here and be eye candy?
Stop that.
All right, with a laugh, okay.
So I'm here today to present a legislative sentiment to Chief Bickmore. I'm sad he couldn't be here tonight. He was supposed to be tonight and the last meeting. Unfortunately, he's not feeling well. But this is the last Tuesday I'm available for the rest of the year, so I needed to be able to do it tonight. State of Maine, be it known to all that we, the members of the Senate and House of Representatives, join in recognizing Harold Pete Bickmore of Pittsfield, Chief of the Pittsfield Police Department, on his retirement after many years of public service, including 5 years as chief. Before working in Pittsfield, Chief Bickmore served 26 years with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, with service as head of the Bureau's Domestic Terrorism Unit. He also worked as the head of security for National Football League's Cleveland Browns An integral member of his community, he started an annual diaper drive in collaboration with partners in the community, and he delivered food and other needed items to individuals who were unable to leave their homes due to health issues. We extend our congratulations and best wishes, and be it ordered that this official expression of sentiment be sent forthwith on behalf of the 130th Legislature and the people of the state of Maine. Given this day, the 6th day of October 2022, by Troy Jackson, President of the Senate, Ryan M. Fecto, Speaker of the House, Derek M. Grant, Secretary of the Senate, Robert B. Hunt, Clerk of the House, introduced by Representative Amanda Collmore, and co-sponsored by Senator Brad Farron. I'd just like to say that Pete was... I'm really going to miss having Pete in town. I'm really sad that he wasn't able to be here tonight and that I can't come at a later date to give this to him in person. I'd like to say thank you to Amy, who's going to make sure that he gets this. And he's been a wonderful part of this community, and I'm sure we'll all miss him. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. So I wish Pete is watching this. I got a chance to communicate with him earlier today, and he was very sad he couldn't make it. A lot of people in this town have great respect for him, so hopefully he'll travel up very soon. So thank you all very much. So we move on to B, discussion of the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation. Mr. Gray will be here representing Pete. He has asked that I delay that a little bit, so I will move that down in the meeting a little bit. So we'll move on to C, Community Economic Development Activities and Events. Catherine, I will hand it over to you then, please.
Yes, thank you. Under Community and Economic Development Activities and Events, we have multiple projects taking place, and we are very fortunate to have over $2.3 million dedicated already to the Main Street project, and we're applying for more. On the Planning Initiative Program, which is the main project that we will be able to plan out the downtown and the area and scope around the downtown, going up to the town line on North Main Street, and then going down to the back entrance of the industrial park, and then also having the scope expanded so that it will include Manson Park and it will include Hawthorne Park and Stein Park. So this is really good. We have a RFP, a request for proposals, out for the Planning Initiative Program, which will be funded in its majority by the Maine Department of Transportation and in the minority stance by the town of Pittsfield. So we got a grant for it, which will be very good. The request for proposals has been well received. We've received a lot of questions on it. We sent it out to over 90 consultants and different contractors in the state. And so that has been very busy. In a couple of weeks, we'll have those due, and the committee will start reviewing them and interviewing different consultants. Once this project starts up, then there will be a whole plan and community initiatives, as well as programs, informational sessions, surveys, and such. So watch out for the upcoming activities. There'll be a big kickoff, and we'll make sure we have plenty of publicity. Thank you so much.
All set, Catherine?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Gray, I see you just walk in. Would you be ready to go over the peak information?
Have we done Pete's retirement already?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Congratulations to Pete. I think he was a huge asset to the town, and I'm sorry I missed the first.
No worries. So, are you ready to present? Okay. We have a lot of people here, and there's a lot more people watching. So, if you could introduce yourself, what you are to Peak, what Peak is, and give us your Reader's Digest version, if you would, please.
Okay, I'm Tim Nichols. I'm the president of Peak. Mike Gray is here with me, and Heather Donahue is here somewhere, and those are our members. And we have other members that aren't here this evening as well. Bob Stackhouse and Gary Jordan. I don't believe he's here this evening because he is under the weather. Basically, Peak is, you jump in, Mike.
I will.
Peak is a 501c3. It is set up to assist businesses and to help use what tools that we have in our town to help these businesses advance and make decisions and help them relocate in Pittsfield if they decide that's where they want to be. We present the best, we try to show the best of our town as best we can and why it would behoove them to be here, okay, as opposed to other places. We have gone through a bunch of different things. I'm just going to rattle this off, and I apologize for being a little bit lengthy here. We've broken a deal with Chimbro for the purchase of the tech center and TIF for solar project. Dunkin' Donuts Peak members involved in negotiations and provided gap match for the sidewalk grant. Nitro Trailers negotiation and purchase of multiple lots. We reviewed and identified large tracts of land suitable for subdivisions. Gary Jordan, who is very, very good in real estate, presented an informational talk about the status of the housing stock in Pittsfield. We had a general discussion of community centers concept, interest in community solar, the need to assist the planning board with enhancement to the subdivision ordinance, development ideas for town properties, subdivisions, new housing, commercial industrial properties, formal location of Walgreens aid. We had the Pittsfield video, professional marketing materials, and we also helped with the Maine Cheese Festival. The video project promoting the town of Pittsfield. Authorized use of funds as gap funding for the T-Hanger project in case there were delays. Processing federal grant reimbursements due to COVID. Supported Maine Cheese Festival by promoting the town and signage and attendance at the festival with a greeting table. Supported and authorized grant applications to LL Bean Foundation for funds to support accessible warming hut at the ice skating rink. Multiple presentations to town council regarding the status of the theater building, safety and transition, and continued promotion of the town of Pittsfield, improving all welcome signage at town, improve industrial park signage, curbing out on Route 100. All lots in the industrial park are now sold, and Walpole Building and Land Air Express Building are under new management and ownership. We do ask, some of these businesses want to keep their negotiations confidential until they make a decision based on the fact that they may be in other towns or cities and they don't want the added pressure of trying to, while they're trying to maybe renegotiate for our town, turning around and having to explain to everybody else, why they're leaving. And it just, so a lot of times that stuff is kept confidential until everything is finalized. When it comes to town properties and town entities, we make our recommendations, we hash this out, and then we make our recommendations to the town council when it comes to anything to do with town property or things of that sort. We do, not to put you on the spot, Mr. Mayor, but Mike Chinquette is a de facto member of that committee. So he has observed and seen, what we do. I realize that confidentiality and when we can't talk about certain things kind of leads to, well, what's going on here, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is there's nothing above, everything's above board.
De facto, not defective.
De facto. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so basically that's it in a nutshell. When I got on this committee, it's Mike was asked, and I'm sure I was asked to be on it. I volunteered. They said they needed the help, and I did it. I was mayor at the time, and Gary had just moved out of town, and Mike was spending part of the winter in Mexico, and so they asked me to be on it and to be president of it. And again, it's a group that, it's a little more informal than this, and we all share, and Mike can tell you the same thing. We all share our thoughts, and then we just make a decision as best we can with a majority vote, and we take it from there, one step at a time. Did I miss anything, Mike?
Well, you really didn't, but I think it would be helpful if I read. Does everybody have a copy of the bylaws for Peak? Okay, I'm sure the council members do, but I'll just read what the purpose of Peak is. The corporation is organized and shall be operated on a nonprofit basis to foster, encourage, assist, support, and promote the development, establishment, settlement, and resettlement within the town of Pittsfield of industrial, manufacturing. Dick Bouvier must have thrown in fishing, that's all I can say. Agricultural, recreational, and other business enterprises for the purpose of stimulating economic growth, in the town, in part by providing support incentives for businesses to construct and expand facilities, incorporating new techniques, combating community deterioration, lessening of burdens of government, providing for increased employment of citizens town of Pittsfield. So I think in the past years we have certainly met that. And even though we have a set of bylaws, we generally function by consensus. So there's a lot of things that go on behind closed doors. We talk to each other. If somebody vehemently disagrees with what we want to do, we hash it out till we get a consensus. And, the most recent example of that was the theater. We recommended, councilors decided not to do that. We'll continue to try to find somebody to take that over. But our most recent project and what we're working on right now is a media purchasing by a landing platform website for the town through Blackfly Media. Some pretty heavy hitters down in Portland. And our plan is to kind of broadcast Pittsfield out to the northern Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, southern Maine to see if we can generate a little more stimulus in the town. So other than that, I guess if councilors have questions, we'll do the best we can to answer.
We can take a few questions. We have a full plate tonight. Anyone in the audience have any questions that they want to ask these gentlemen? Yes, please.
Jane Woodruff, 109 Heartland Avenue. Could you tell us what the terms are for membership on PEAK, length of term and qualifications?
Well, Jane, as you well know, being a former mayor of Pittsfield, council members generally have a much better idea of what's going on in the town. Our term limits are renewed every 3 years, Tim?
Yes.
Town council does those appointments. It's been previously that the mayors typically, if there's an opening, we ask the mayor to join us. Heather Donahue is an example of that. Tim was an example of that. I got smart and never wanted to be mayor, but I'm on the committee by virtue of that. And, as you well know, being part of Pittsfield Development, similar ways that we try to do things to bring business to the town of Pittsfield. And that's pretty much it. And like I said, we have a set of bylaws. We generally, I haven't looked at the bylaws in 5 years because we never needed to. We've always functioned by consensus and it's worked out well for us. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just build on it.
So just for the record, introduce yourself, where you're from, and then
Ben Hall, Winchester Street here in Pittsfield. Are there term expirations, and how would somebody else apply to be a part of PEAK, or
Talk to the town and
is it just grandfathered in as long as you want to stay on?
No. Are you really interested?
Maybe.
No, just say yes, because I'm going to see if you can have any time.
I want to just a genuine question.
The 3-year terms for council. When that term expires, the council gets a list of people, and generally speaking, they've seen that what we do is we're keeping the people there.
it's usually at the end of the calendar year, right, Mike?
Yeah, I want to say it's in June, Mike.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Calendar year, fiscal year then.
yeah.
Okay.
But certainly it's worth anyone who really wants to dig in deep to this and look at some things that could bring a lot more business in. We're very fortunate to have a huge corporation here who's done amazing things for us, and everything that we can do to foster those relationships with other businesses we're going to try to do. Pittsfield's economic base, we've been fortunate when Puritan comes and solar properties come, all we do is increase that base. Now, the problem is your taxes are going to go up. No doubt about it. So. Mike?
I'm all set. Anyone else? So be careful what you ask for. Okay. Council, any questions, comments? All right, thank you very much. Yes,
I have a
Rosie.
question. In looking at your bylaws around vacancies, it looks like in the initial setup of Peak, which was a while ago, based on what I read, after the fact, it wasn't clear to me that the town council was responsible for appointing members to your board of directors. It sounded through the bylaws like you guys would find your own replacements and/or. So I guess I don't understand the
The
voting
town
by the
council,
town.
Peak only has one member, and that's the town council. So by virtue of that member, they in actuality function as that. Town council really doesn't have a vote if you read through the bylaws. However, as a courtesy, Peak has always functioned that way. So I think it's more of a courtesy than it is an actuality and hard writing. We're open to bylaw changes. We can do that anytime. But I think we've functioned quite well in the past. We've been very fortunate fortunate and lucky. I will tell you that there's a couple of businesses in town that are going to flourish. I'm under the impression that the Land Air building will soon be occupied. I'm happy as all get out about that. Nitro Trailers, if you look, has occupied the GE building out there. So I think slowly we're coming, but it takes time. And with this economic, whatever we're in these days, nobody has a lot of money to move around. I spent several days up in Canada trying to attract some Canadian businesses to come down here. We were really close until Canadian dollar lost a ton of money versus the U.S. So that idea didn't pan out. I got a nice dinner at a French restaurant.
All set, Lindsay?
Not really, actually. So my question, so I think there might be an interpretation difference for us because in the bylaws where it talks about appointment of members, it says that determination would be made by the directors, so by Peak themselves. I just want to make sure that there's a clear delineation between the town of Pittsfield in itself and the decisions that the council makes versus the decisions of Peak and the board of directors of Peak. And so I think that line has become blurred, and I'm not really sure if maybe we should table it and have further discussion just with Peak when we have more time and less other business to attend to. But I guess the readings of the bylaws, it's not consistent with the town being a member that votes.
Well, let's do this. Mike, I'll give you the opportunity to respond. If there's still no satisfaction, maybe we can have a tete-a-tete and maybe a follow-up in the next meeting.
I think from a bylaw standpoint, and an attorney sitting right here, the town of Pittsfield shall be the sole member of the corporation with all rights, obligations, and membership provided by the articles and bylaws. As a courtesy, we have always been upfront. The mayor is on Peak. Anytime there's an opening, we certainly recommend. But we have not voted simply to say, oh yeah, we're going to put Mrs. Holstrom on the board. That's the end of that. It's a give and take. We're totally transparent. There's nothing that we do that, other than when we need to sign any kind of documents that companies want us to, so that we don't give away all of the secrets.
As a matter of fact, when former Councilor Donahue was going to join Peak, that was brought forth before the council. It was voted on by the council.
And that's how membership's always been appointed
Yes.
historically.
We certainly have recommendations from Peak, as Mr. Gray had mentioned.
Okay.
And other people may have expressed interest, like I'm sure Mr. Albee is the next member.
Okay. And I
It's on record, I'm sorry, it's too late.
Strong, maybe.
Yes, Doc.
Dr. Howard Marbolski, Elm Street, Pittsfield. Mike, can you clarify what was the impetus for founding Peak given the fact that I'm aware that there's at least one economic development committee that has not met in years of the council.
I think, Doc, that you're probably referring, because Bob Beatty, myself, several other people were on maybe Jane can help us here too. Pittsfield Development Corporation is totally separate from Peak and separate from the town. But what you're referring to was, and Catherine may be coming up with a name, when you were on the council, it was Bob Beatty, several other folks who kind of acted as somewhat of an economic development. It was separate from Peak, separate from Pittsfield Development, separate from the town. But if you go back to the original founding members, which was Bud Chinkat, Willard Lear, somewhere I have them written down. Those folks were the ones who actually purchased the theater. And I have to believe that they did it because no one else wanted to put the money for it. They were able to do it. And then, Catherine, did they sell that to the town for $1, or did the town buy it?
The town bought it, but for a reduced price.
Way reduced, right, as I remember reading. So I don't know if that answered your question, Holly, or not.
No.
Okay. Kind of rephrase it for me.
I'm aware that we still carry, in title only, an economic development committee from the council that has no members, has never met in years, and it's either one or the other. Either Peak or the town council has an economic development committee.
Mike, could that have been an overlap or an oversight that hadn't been officially
No,
dissolved? It sounds like Peak was developed to kind of be
Well, Peak
independent, have
started way
more actionable items to work
way
with.
back. I know
But
exactly what I was
it's in the
referring.
charter. You know, there's an economic development committee
Correct.
of the council in the charter.
Right, and Peak is totally separate from Peak.
Correct.
So why doesn't
And
the
the
council
question is,
do away with it?
why Peak? Why not the council? Or why the council and why not Peak?
You want to know?
I
You
do.
want me to be blunt?
I asked the
The council
question.
couldn't keep their mouth shut long enough when we had economic developments. That's why Peak takes over some of these
Call for
processes
confidentiality,
from the confidentiality.
because we got asked to call for the
So,
confidentiality.
Doc, just to let you know,
And I didn't mean to insult any council members, but it's a fact.
I was just a young lad when that happened anyway, Mike, so I'm good.
Good luck.
Like this, maybe.
Anyway,
I should have kept your mouth shut, Mike. You know?
So just to let you know, the council has discussed this before. What we would like to do beginning of the new year is review the charter. It's been 1981, 82, 83 last time that it's been issued. So we're talking 40 years, so it's time to look
Well,
at
I
this. There are
understand.
several things, and that will likely be one of the flotsam and jetsam that gets
But there's a
jettisoned.
dichotomy there that really doesn't exist, you know? I mean,
Right, but I guess to my point, what I'm trying to say, on paper it does exist, and I don't refute what you're saying. I've read through it several times. I don't remember that part. It was probably the part where I fell asleep. But it may be that it's on paper, but there's no action taken. There aren't names in places or no
Correct.
committees, nothing happening. So
Correct.
it's just, right now, it's a technicality. There's no obligation, legal or otherwise, that it needs to be put in place. But like any other document, like as the council talked before, and maybe you and I talked way back when, about reviewing the charter, it's time to go through and take a look at it. And that may very well be one of those things.
sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else, briefly? I see your hand up down there. Yep.
Heather Donahue, Webb Road. There is, Howie's correct, there is an Economic Development Committee team that's listed in the charter. It's not a board of the council though, it's a team, it's a committee in the charter, but it's not one of the council committees like the ordinance committee or the finance committee or the fair hearing. and the labor negotiation. Those are the ones for the councilors have. This would be much like one of the other committees that the town has. It
That
is
may have been,
completely
I'm sorry, I
separate.
didn't mean to interrupt, that may have been when we had, or we're talking about having a full-time economic development person. So, no, we had talked about that when we were sharing the.
This is definitely what could be the role of a full-time economic development person, because that's actually mentioned to create an economic development plan. But currently the town doesn't have the capacity to do that, so it would take a separate committee to do that. And it's completely separate from the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation, PEAC, because PEAC operates as a 501c3. And as a 501c3, they're eligible for separate funding that the town by itself is not eligible for grants and other programs like that. And it has the flexibility, because it's separate from the town, it has the flexibility of operating under different rules, under 501c3 rules instead of a municipal charter. And so there's advantages to having both entities occur. It's just a matter of finding enough people. You need 7 people to serve on this economic development team. And there's been people that have been interested over the years and stuff, but nothing's ever really come of that. And so it's definitely something worthwhile for the council to look at, maybe developing that as well, and certainly narrowly defining that so that it doesn't overlap with the more larger projects that PEAC deals with, and maybe this would be more pointed and more focused than what PEAC works with. But that would be up to the council to decide on that. But Howie's right, there is one in the charter, but it's just not staffed and it's not functioning.
Okay, yeah, certainly worth a review when we do the charter review. Very quickly, anything else for the PEAC gentlemen?
Mike,
Yes, Jason.
so there's also a third one that would be Pittsfield Development Corporation, which was developed in 1975. They actually built the industrial park, did all that stuff. It is a 501c3. It's associated with the town, as far as I know.
It's not
So-
at all.
No, I don't know if it is.
It's not.
It's not.
You got 4 members right in here. It's not.
I'm sorry?
It's not.
Well, that's helpful. So
There are
there's
several
some-
entities that are looking out for the economic well-being of this town. We just need to revisit those.
well, that's helpful.
Yes.
Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. Anything else, everybody? Council? Very well, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and spending the time.
I just wanted to say, I want to thank the town for supporting PEAC. I also want to thank my members of the PEAC committee. I had this here. Mike Gray, been an instrumental help. Gary and Bob couldn't make it tonight. And Mike, your assistance as well. Thank you very much. And we'll continue to keep plugging ahead and see where we land. I think we're in as good a shape in this town as anybody. I really honestly do. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, where you going? The budget's coming up.
I didn't bring my Tums with me. I got to go out with Cat.
Okay, very well. So we have some seats. There's a seat here. We got a couple seats back there. And if you really want to, you can borrow Councilor Frost's seat, but it has to be on the other side of the desk. So we have a place to sit down. So, all right. So let's move on to public hearings. Number 4, Catherine, if you would, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I just add one more thing? One of the other questions.
We closed discussion.
I
Sorry,
had my
where-
hand up before you closed discussion, sir.
Quickly.
I was just going to address the other question that came up. I believe it was Lindsay asked about also qualifications of people that sit on the PEAC board.
I didn't.
It
And
wasn't
that's
that.
addressed.
No.
It was Gene.
Okay, I'm sorry. Jane asked it. That's addressed in the council packet, which you can find on the town website for tonight's meeting. There's a summary of all of the basically work histories and the CVs for everybody that's currently sitting on the PEAC board. If you're interested in reading that, that's where you can find that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine, ordinance 22-10, please.
Ordinance 22-10, that the town council hereby ordains that Chapter 2B, General Assistance Ordinance, and Appendices A through I be rescinded, and the new Chapter 2B General Assistance Ordinance be adopted, and further that appendices A through I be adopted to reflect the revised maximums for the period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023.
Very well, thank you, Catherine. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of ordinance 22-10? Is there anyone that wishes to speak against ordinance 22-10? Very well. Council, look for a motion, please.
Make a motion we adopt ordinance 22-10.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments or questions, Council? Very well. Hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of ordinance 22-10, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Ordinance 22-10 passes. That vote will be for the Council, just to let you know. All right, very well. Let's move on to reports. What I'd like to do now, we're going a little bit out of schedule here. I see there's a few people here, and I can't imagine anyone's here to talk about the rest of the town budget. I assume everyone here wants to talk about the library. So what we have decided to do, we've asked our town librarian to come up with a few details and items, descriptions that we had requested at the last meeting. And I will open up for discussion. Before we do, though, I would like to say there are a lot of people here. I would like to keep it under a minute and a half. I will time it because it's going to get quite lengthy in discussions, but everyone will have a chance to speak. So what I'd like to do, Holly, if there's something that you'd like to present, kind of prime the pump.
Well, I think all of the councilors have the information that I have sent along. And I also want to make sure that there's a report here under D number 2 that I think Lindsay wanted to say something also. So I want to make sure that that's in there, that folks might want to stay for that part or whatever that is. I actually don't think I should be talking. I think you should hear from your community that's here. And I think that they have a lot to say, it looks like. So, yes, I'm going to
Very well.
sit down.
You all set?
Yes.
Okay, very well. As I said, let's keep the responses as brief as possible, please. It'll be my judgment as to when we need to cut it off because we have a lot to do and a lot of people here. So, as before, if you're chosen to speak, when you're chosen to speak, let me rephrase that. That sounded a bit too authoritarian. Please state your name, where you're from, for the record, for everyone else here, and for the recording. So we'll start with you, please.
Ben Hall, Chester Street, Pittsfield. I wasn't at the last meeting, so I want to clarify something, ask a question. Were there any decisions made about the library budget at the last meeting? Were there any official proposals or just discussions on ideas? Is that accurate? Were these same discussions had with every department?
They will be.
Or will they be had with every department?
Mm-hmm.
And is that part of normal course of developing our budget every year and look for avenues where we can potentially save money if it's not being effectively used? And if it is being effectively used, get feedback from our community members on that. Yeah, this was confirming that's a standard process. I want to make sure that no decisions have been made.
As we go through, every department is looked at the same. Every department, we're using the same magnifying glass, if you will. We have the responsibility of getting a decent budget, hopefully with little, if any, tax increase, because everyone's dealing with the same pain. So the library wasn't singled out. If that's what you're getting at, we'll be doing the same with every other department we already have with a handful that we did from the last meeting.
Thank you.
All set? Okay, very good. Anyone else? Yes, Doc?
Dr. Howard Marbolski, Elm Street, Pittsfield. I'd like to say that Holly has done an amazing job since taking over as head librarian. And she deserves the full support of, it seems to be one of the best turnouts we've had, for a council meeting in years. I'll say. The other thing I want to bring up is that I think it's prudent and wise that the council review, as part of the budget process, every department and where we can save money and use it effectively. And it should be that every year. It's an arduous process. As a councilor before, I went through it several times, and believe me, it's no fun. And the pay is terrible. The fact is that wages have gone up significantly. Cost of electricity and base costs have gone up significantly. I've reviewed some of the information that Holly was kind enough to give me that the councilors have as well. And I'd like to bring up one thing that I discovered. That in the year 2002, the amount of money that was allocated for periodicals, books, and meetings was a total of $16,500. And what do you estimate that the amount has gone up percentage-wise of the costs of printing, paper, meetings, etc., since then, since 2002? 50%, 100%? The allocation for the collection for meetings and periodicals and books for the 2023 budget is $16,500. Exactly the same as 2002. And I think that I can cut my time short and say that should be sufficient evidence to say that this budget is not, there is no waste here. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Doc. All right. Thank you. We have a person online here, Sylvia Blake Kennedy. Can you hear? You're on mute.
Yes, hi. Sylvia Kennedy and my son Blake Kennedy. We're on Main Street in Pittsfield. So we've been members of the town for 7 years now. We moved here in 2015, and we just want to speak out in support of not cutting the funding or the hours for our local library. We love Holly. We love all of the staff there. I work a full-time job here in Pittsfield, and the hours that I work also happen to be the same hours that the library is open. So going on Saturdays with myself and with my son, it makes a world of difference. You know, Saturday we're open 3 hours. That's 3 hours that I understand that, has been proposed to be cut. However, I don't think that's in the town's best interest for the many working families that we have here in town. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Anyone else online before we get back to the audience here?
Hi, my name is Emma Dorman.
Yep. Hold on. I'm asking people online here. Very lifelike being on. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Please. Please go next.
Okay.
Yep, please. Yep.
Hi, my name is Emma Dorman. I've lived in this town for 21 years, and I am in support of the budget for the library staying the same. Growing up, there wasn't a lot to do in town, and so one safe place that us children could go to was the library. And that's where a lot of the kids in my generation and future generations learn to read and to have an appreciation for literature. And if we lose that, it will be so detrimental to this community. So I think that we should not cut the budget whatsoever.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Snow? I'm sorry. I'll call on you folks. Yep.
Mr. Snow, Peltomer, I'm going to take my hat off first, since I work for the town. So I'm not speaking. I taught here since from 1973 to 2007. Many times. Mr. Snow, I have to go to the library to get my work done. I don't have the books. I don't have the encyclopedia. I used encyclopedia. They learned how to use an archaic thing that some of you in here, the Dewey Decimal System. They could use that. That helped their math, their reading. If you want to cut something, I take care of the cemetery. If you want to cut, I'm not the place to cut. And neither is the library.
Alan Dunphy, 157 West Street. I hear the terms mentioned quite frequently about rising costs, and I'd like it to be noted that those costs rise for all of us, not just the town. They're for everybody. And some of us are on fixed income. So if anything should happen to the library, it should be increased. That's the way I feel.
Yes, right there.
I'm taking off my representative cap and putting on I'm a taxpayer in this town. I live on Library Street. My name's Amanda Collmore. The library is so important to my family, even when I was growing up, but to my son. Paulie is basically my son's best friend in the whole world. And he would come up with a list. He started, 8 years old, something like that. He'd have a list of books that he had to order because our library didn't carry it, but we are connected to all of the other libraries in the state. And so he'd order his books, and they'd all come in, and he'd walk his way down, because we live on Library Street, and pick up his books and come home. And the other thing is, if we're going to do anything with the hours of the library, I'd love to see them extended, because I, like others, work during the day, and oftentimes I'm making up work on Saturdays because of my other activities serving the state. And especially when internet is having issues at my house, I reserve this little tiny closet of a room so that I can go down there and use their internet so that I can connect to meetings that I need to connect to, but may not be able to afford to drive to Orono every day because of rising gas costs. And thankfully, I have a job that allows me to work remote a couple days a week. So that library opening at 10 in the morning is actually detrimental to me when my internet's down because I need it at 8 in the morning. So just please don't cut anything with the library. Give them more money so that they can be open longer, and I would really appreciate that. Thank
you. Anyone else wish to speak?
I'm Alicia Nichols, 165 Summer Court. My husband and I decided to purchase a home in Pittsfield primarily because of three things: school system, Northern Lights Sebasticook Valley Hospital, which at the time it was Sebasticook Valley Hospital, and the library. Those three institutions are why we purchased a house in Pittsfield. We heard from the gentleman from Peak who are talking about bringing businesses to this town. When you bring business to town, you need to bring employees to town. You need to bring senior management to town. You need a vibrant town, which we have. You need a vibrant town with a high quality of life factor. And our library contributes to the quality of life in Pittsfield. So I love how many people are here, and I love the comments about increasing the library's budget, but I certainly encourage the council to please fully fund the library for next year. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? I'll catch you next, okay? No, go right ahead. No, I saw you first.
All right, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwomen, thank you. I'm Andy Vignew, Village Corner Road. I also represent the largest taxpayer in town, and I would like to share that the library is near and dear to us. I think it's healthy to debate every line of the budget thoroughly to understand where the money is being spent. So the library should be debated, period. I don't think it should be cut. And if you need help identifying some waste in town, there are plenty of other places other than the library where you can save a lot of money if we just debate those areas rather than the library.
I'm Paul Farrier. I live at 146 Summer Street. I've lived here in Pittsfield for 42 years with my wife and family. We've got one of our children here. And our first visit here just happened by chance that we walked into Pittsfield and we visited with one of the real estate agents, Leland Inman, and he introduced us to the town and we went around, and the library was a feature attraction for us. interesting. I'd like to share a statistic from the National Association of Education Professionals. In 2022 report, national proficiency levels in reading for fourth grade level are down 3 points since 2019, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And for eighth grade levels, they're also down 3 points since 2019. I think the library, I agree with everyone here that's put their position on the record that it's something that we really should look elsewhere if we think that, or get more money, because there are Main State Library grants, that grant opportunities. There are other grant opportunities. I have a couple of listings right here. But that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So let me, I will get to you folks. I'm going to see if anyone online has any comments. Natalia Hall.
Hi, thank you. Logging on. I just wanted to say I've been a healthcare worker in the state of Maine for 15 years, and I think most know that healthcare is being looked at, scrutinized, our budgets are being reviewed, and as a Pittsfield resident, I would find it irresponsible to just not at least review the library budget. So I encourage that, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your input. Anyone else online wishes to speak? All right, very well. You want to speak? Yes, please.
Yes, Anna Bacchus, Elm Street. We moved here almost 5 years ago, and when I took my little girl by the hand, we went into the library, and it just took my breath away. I mean, and that's just talking about a building. But I wonder, when is the last time everybody actually went in and observed the people in this library? It is not just for books anymore. It's a community center. It serves the very little to the very old. And without that library, some social lines would be lost, which leads to loneliness, depression, death in older people. And it doesn't do much for the little ones either. So we have a wonderful place there. It is the gem of our town. And I just think it would be horrendous to cut it. I agree, we should raise its budget. And I also would like to say, what would the town look like as the town that cut its library budget? Ooh, right?
Workplace.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Did you two coordinate that? That was very well timed. Anyone else? Yes, please, back there.
Hi, Jennifer Watson. I live at 175 Main Street, and I think the library is a great neighbor. It's wonderful. We moved here. We have one son who is 1 year old. We now have 4 children. The youngest is 5 months. And it has been just invaluable having them as our neighbor, being able to go there, and especially on weekends when my son is now in school all day and he's doing soccer and all the after school activities to have Saturday. To go and read to a dog, and he loved that. Also, I think it's important with the budget and talking about money is that Holly has gotten a grant from the Editha King Foundation for the Culture Club, so she's working hard to get as much money into there, not from the town, but through grants as well. So she's using all of her resources to work very well, and it's just a great program that she's been able to develop for her kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Dow.
Hi, John Dow, School Street, educator. As a principal, I love budgets because a budget would tell you what you value in your community. The schools would do a budget, they put their money into sports or music or art. If you set your budget the way you do, you're telling the world what you value. And libraries are emblematic of learning. They're emblematic of an education, oriented society, and intellectual curiosity. If you cut it, the opposite is true. Thank you.
Well spoken as always. Anyone else? Yes, please.
My name is Ray Berthollet, Hamilton Terrace here in Pittsfield. I have a feeling of deja vu. 16 years ago,
we moved from a little town just outside of Foxborough, Massachusetts. The reason why I picked up my family and moved up here was because there were a lot of cuts going on down there. They started with a library. It went to schools, the buses. We had to pay for our kids to play sports. They cut programs in school, computers. I volunteered to go teach a computer class for free. The principal of the school was excited. She's like, "Oh, really? You do that?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't want our kids growing up not learning how to use computers." She said, "Well, let me check." She went to check, and she said, "You can't do it. The unions won't let me." I said, "Okay." So I said, "I don't want my family growing up in this town." Certain things in the town are the fundamental building blocks of the town. Library, education, parks, community health, police, fire, all those things. They're detrimental for a community to make it work and to be successful. I remember sitting in the town hall down there, and it was a much more heated debate than here tonight. A lot of people didn't want to increase the budget. And their argument was, we don't want our taxes to go up. I'm not saying our taxes should go up. And then a lot of people said, well, we need these services. And what ended up happening was a lot of younger people, I was a lot younger at the time, we picked up and moved away. I found out years later that they had a shortage of police, shortage of fire, very little ambulance coverage. The high school was about to lose its accreditation, so the students could not go to college. It started to crumble. And you ended up with this population that nobody was putting in, and it was became more of an elderly population, and there were less younger people there to pay into it and to work in the community. And I think things have started to turn around a little bit down there, but it's been 16 years and they've been struggling down there. So that's why I came up here, and to see things like this going on, like I said, it's deja vu, and you should not go after the building blocks of the community and find other places to make those cuts. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Yes.
Heather Donahue, Webb Road. I grew up in a small town. I didn't have the fortune to grow up here in Pittsfield, but I grew up in a small town in New Hampshire, same size as Pittsfield. We had a small library. They added on to our library in order to make more space. I remember going to story time there. I remember taking my kids there. My youngest was in junior year, coming to LCI. And when we drove around town, we have a farm, so obviously the farm is what drove us here, the land. When we drove around town, I saw MCI, I saw the library, I saw the beautiful church, the trains. I said, this is where I want to be. This town feels like home. And it's become our home over the last 12 years. And so to see, Andy said, yes, we need to look at all the line items. We do. We need to review the budgets all the time and make sure things are in line with where they need to be. Howie highlighted an item that is probably not in line where it needs to be, given the changes in costs and increases over the last 21-ish years since it was changed last. And there's some things that are always going to be changing, like labor costs, which is sometimes we can control that and sometimes we can't. And we have to keep that in mind when we're making these decisions and having these conversations, that you're talking about real people and the effects that they have on people here in town. I remember the names of my librarians from when I was a kid. Marjorie Moore. And I swear there's something timeless about librarians. 50 years later, she looks the same. So please, cherish the library. Your residents are telling you it's a cherished place in town. It's a safe place for everyone to go. And everyone is appreciated when they're walking through the door. And they appreciate it, the services that they get.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Nobody else? Yes. Didn't disappoint.
My name is Don Woodruff, and I've been a resident here for a number of years with my good wife. And we probably use our library as much as anybody in town in terms of the resources that it has. But the thing that's important to me is that when they went out about 10, 15 years ago to expand our library, the result was what a real town should be. You know, they went out and they solicited money from grants, they solicited money from individuals in the town. If you look at the list of people who basically contributed to the library, you won't believe it. I mean, it's from a child who put a nickel in, to a woman who put $200,000 in. And the library has meaning, and it is a community. The story I remember was that Carmel, California, a number of years ago, decided to get rid of the town government totally. They wiped it out and they left it. The first thing they brought back was the library. That was the first thing that was missed by the community. So the community has spoken to say that they want the library. And that was what we put into the expansion and the redevelopment of the library. Now you need to look at how can you best use the funds available to make sure that library continues to support. And really, one thing you want to do is take a walk, if you haven't done that recently, through the library and look at who's in there. And you'll really be amazed. And I think my kids once came by and said, we were driving by there on a Sunday, and somebody said, well, why are all these people sitting outside the library? And we said, it's one of the few places in town where you can get an internet hookup. They weren't sitting there smoking. I mean, they were sitting there using access that they didn't have at home. So you got to think about that the facility is warm, it's welcoming, and it's community. And start from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, back there.
Ann Miller, Manson Street, Pittsfield. I remember about 25 years ago when I earned my library science degree and the internet was a new thing. The talk was that libraries were going to become irrelevant because everything we needed would be online. But that hasn't happened. And libraries have maintained their paper book services while adapting to the digital world. And our Pittsfield Library is no exception to that. It's done a remarkable job meeting the needs of our citizens on a meager budget. And so I am very much in support. While I recognize their competing priorities and any budget, I'm very much in support of, at the least, maintaining our library. It's a valuable service.
All right, thank you very much.
Holly Zadra, Somerset Avenue. I think I'm sort of like hearing the voice of what we're proposing is not to cut the library, but Saturday, because there's the fewest people on Saturday, and it just seems like it's perhaps the most important day in terms of optics on our town. We don't have a movie theater. I don't know where you go if you don't have money in this town on the weekend. So I think the optics of closing down that library are just one more sort of austere measure of shrinking ever more inward that just is not going to play well, generally speaking. So I would like to say, please keep it open on Saturday.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Brianna Norris, Webb Road. I just also wanted to say that I think we should actually extend the hours. So Saturday's the time that I'm going to go. But I get physical books from the library, but I also get audio books right from my house. And just like Amanda said, if my internet's down, I work from home. I go over to the library. So it's so much more. It's a warming station for people in town. People are paying more for oil right now. That's where they're going to go. So I think we should extend hours, not cut. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, very well. I will not look for comments from the councils yet, but we will discuss that during our budget discussion at the end of the meeting. So with that, we'll close discussion on that. Let's get back onto the schedule here. Number 5. Thank you all very much for your responses. I really appreciate it. I had asked a long time ago. I'd love to see this place filled. It's fantastic. I'd love to see everyone here stay for the budget afterwards. I don't know if that's going to happen, but thank you all very much for coming. Greatly appreciate it.
And it's okay to stay. So if you want to stay, you can stay.
Because Holly will be here, won't you?
I will.
Perfect. Thank you. That was the right answer, too. Thank you, Holly. So let's move on to 5A, the council committees, finance committee.
We have
No report. Ordinance committee.
Haven't met.
Very well. Recycling committee.
The recycling committee will be starting up its meetings in January.
January. Okay, very well, thank you. Anything on B, the planning board, Catherine, if you want to continue that into your town manager's report, please?
The planning board has received 2 applications for cell towers. So a meeting will be scheduled either in November or early December, based upon everybody's schedule.
Okay. So if you'd like to segue into the town manager's report, please.
All right, very good. Town manager's report for November 1st. I'll be very brief. During the budget sessions, we always have shorter reports from everyone. Number 1, just to update the council, is on the request for proposals for consultant services to look over the comprehensive plan. We did not receive any bids. We did talk to the Kennebec Valley Council of Governments, and they are interested. The staff just did not have time to put together a proposal with all the work that's going on, reorganization there, and vacations and responsibilities. So the project will be rebid. Number 2, request for proposals for document scanning and record management systems. As you can see, we have records everywhere and are storing them right now. So we're looking to do scanning and being able to dispose of some of the records that we're legally allowed to. So we received pricing from $147,708 up. This was an exploratory bid so that we could determine how to budget in the future, likely for a phased project over a number of years. Request for proposals for a town-wide reappraisal. The town did not receive any bids, but our assessing consultant is interested in submitting one. He just was very busy. He's lost some of his staff, and that was the reason why the tax bills were a week late. But they are doing a very good job, and he would like to put in a proposal, so likely that would be rebid. We usually bid out projects at the beginning of the year. You get a lot more applications, more proposals then, but we did put these out so we could get an idea of budgeting for the future for the next couple of years. Open positions recruitment. For the police chief's position, we do have some applications. We held first interviews with the interviewing committee comprised of 2 counselors and myself. Those went very well, very interesting. And second interviews will be scheduled when applicants are available. We are looking for police officers. It seems like nearly every town in the state is looking for police officers. So if you know of anyone who would be interested in being a police officer, any relative in another state, please contact them. We definitely could use police, as well as so many other towns, the Somerset County Sheriff's Office and others. And I will mention paving, number 6, because that's always an important subject. We have Northeast Paving continuing to place binder after reclaiming. The reclaiming is done, but grading is not done. So if anyone looks at the road and thinks that it doesn't have the right slope, it's because some of the roads have not been regraded. They would be graded just before the paving takes place. And the roads that they're working on after Spring Road was completed, Mount Road, then they're headed out to Webb Road, which is very good, for all of these, and to Beans Corner and Powers Road. And so this is a multi-year project that we're working on. Unfortunately, we have to get loans, but the price of paving went from $7 to $23 to $100 a ton. And so there's no way that we can put the money away like we used to into a reserve account. We have to get loans. And a variety of other projects. I'm not sure how much detail we want to go into, but we do have a code enforcement status on a number of code violations, which I've written up information on each one. There's a couple that we're still not sure exactly which project it is, but most of them have some progress, including a couple that likely will be going to court, unfortunately. And this is after a lot of work on everybody's part and years of working with people. And purchasing requirements, I did place some write-up as well as information from prior meetings in which we've discussed the town's purchasing requirements and the very strict charter that we have on the ability to have credit cards. And so that information is there. I've confirmed with the town attorney that the information remains the same as the prior legal opinions, and so we'll keep working on that. It's one of the charter items that they noted should be addressed. And then I'll close with the surplus property sale that will be coming up next week. We have strategically waited until we will have many hundreds of people coming through here to go polling and voting next Tuesday. In order to do that, between 8 to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We'll have copies of the surplus property sale brochures outside the council chambers, so you can pick one up. And hopefully go over to the Public Works Garage and sales bid on items. This has some treasures there. We kind of call it our junk sale too. Once the town's done with something, it could be junk, but it's also somebody else's treasure. And so we have trashed the treasure over the years, and we have surplus property to treasure. So we'll have notices out at the polling location, ad in the paper on Monday, and advertising will start on Friday. And there's a very nice shed there too. That was used at the skating rink that's available for somebody to bid on. Thank you very much.
All right, Catherine, thank you. Excuse me, folks. So we'll go into the council request. We'll start with number one, Councilor Hall. Can you clarify that a little bit?
That was just a request to try to figure out the credit card issue.
Okay.
I didn't know if you guys had spoken to the town attorney about that. It sounded like she was referring to something else.
No, that's something that I wanted to have a separate discussion when we do the charter review.
Yeah, we need to talk about that during the charter.
All right. Because we do have an option to do so, but I'd like to get the whole list instead of having town attorney work on 1, 2, 3, 4. Because there's going to be the item that Doc had mentioned, plus that one, plus a couple others that we've talked about over the last few months.
Were you just trying to find a workaround for that?
Yeah. So that we could post jobs.
So we're not trying to discuss the actual change of the charter or any of that. We're just trying to find that workaround. I know we've kind of said that we would like to do that a couple times.
Yeah, technically the way to do that is to amend the charter, but still, there has to be some way that we could do this a bit easier than buying a gift card. So it hadn't worked for 12 years, but it's gotten harder because more vendors want to use credit cards.
I just thought the town attorney could give us some guidance on how to work.
No, actually, to be honest with you, I haven't even looked at that because I thought there was going to be a whole review, so miscommunication on my part. My apologies. So what I'd like to do, though, let's put on the agenda for next time, Catherine. Let's talk about that specifically, and I will charge the councilors to get their copy of the charter, take a look through that. Do you happen to know what section or page right offhand?
Yes, I did put that in the council packet. So let me flip ahead to that section. I put in a copy of the information. We've talked about this several times in 2021. So you have a letter having the town attorney and the town auditor's recommendation. And then that section is in Town Charter, Section 5.1, Administration of Budget, Subsection B, Payments and Obligations Prohibited. So 5.1.
Subsection B or D? Bravo or Delta?
B. Bravo.
Thank you.
It's on page 21 of the...
Yeah.
town council bags.
And I did put some other information on the purchasing requirements, those forms we use, just for background. Thank you.
So, if you don't mind, I'd like to put this on to the next council.
Yeah, that's fine.
The next scheduled one. 'Cause I think this going to warrant a little bit more time. Yeah, I believe we'll have for this evening. If that's all right.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
My apologies not get to that sooner on getting that a little bit more efficient. So thank you for that. Councilor Holmstrom, would you like to I know number 4, we already discussed. She mentioned the sale, unless you wanted to.
Oh, that was the town surplus sale, but the fixed asset list was something separate.
Understood.
But
So do you want, you give a brief synopsis of the several items that you put on there?
well, yeah, number 2 was I had asked that we move up the library discussion, knowing that most of the folks here were going to be here for that, to not keep everybody
And
the whole
that's
time. But if you
What we
want,
just did.
no, I know, but the counselor opportunity to talk to them as well. If you want to not do that, then that's fine. But that's why I put that there. So we
What do you
can-
mean, go into the budget and then come back to this and go back
or
to the
just
budget?
talk about the responses and the feedback that was received to the counselors directly, kind of so that everyone can close that loop. But if we want to wait, then that's fine. I gave it to Catherine as something I was hoping we could
No,
move up for the sake
if you want to bring that up and start talking about it again, that's fine.
No, no,
But I think the discussion for that will be when we get into the
That's
budget.
fine. We can
and
wait.
start
I just
talking
don't want
about
to keep
the
everybody, but that's okay. I'll wait. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak of the other ones that you put on there?
Yeah, Catherine, just at the code enforcement update, I see that you provided us a packet. It looks like there's some updates there, but I just wanted you to go over at a high level what actions were taken in the last couple of weeks towards some of these, getting some of these properties managed that have been going on for months.
All right, so I put on the matrix for code enforcement, 11 by
Washington Street and others.
Under 1101, all the updates that have taken place. So these are the updates that have taken place in October. And so we have a new code enforcement officer who is certified and very good. He is working on, Al Kempasper is working on Tuesday and Friday afternoons, 12:30 to 5 o'clock. So basically, and he stops by if he can on Monday. So basically 10 hours a week. So he works on the building permits and plumbing permits first, of course. And then he is working on code enforcement, of which we have a number of items to address. And so I wrote down all the updates. Do you want me to read all of them?
Well, no, but like the Washington Street property, it says search files and found materials, whole file to attorney's office for court filing. Well, that doesn't tell me dates, timelines, what the next action to be expected would be.
What does that mean by those?
That
by
doesn't
those
mean anything.
sentences there?
All right, so we had a file in the code office. It seemed to be missing some documents. So we searched the code enforcement office when Al came and found some other documents. We need to have a complete package that goes to the town attorney. The town attorney has been involved and has had copies of packages before, but we needed all the information, which is the certified mailings. Everything has to match up.
All right, what's the next step of this one now?
And so after the town attorney reviews this, there will be a court filing for called ADB. So
How long will that
take? The town attorney has written most of this and just needs to fill in information. So an ADB can take 2 to 3 months. It could take shorter, it could take longer. It just depends on how backed up the courts are.
So we expect a filing this year, this month?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. The Webb Road, you don't mind me jumping in here. So there was, the CEO was allowed on that property?
Yes, we had thought from past discussions and what took place in the office when the owners of the property and tenants came in and said that no one would ever go on the property, as well as a few other items, had changed their mind. And so we are not necessary for us to use the administrative warrant, go through a court proceeding. They allowed the code officer along with another individual, just for a witness, to go onto the site. It had been discussions that there was sewerage all over the place and all kinds of things. But what the code officer found was a massive amount of junk and debris. There is a porta potty there, but no septic system, which is the actual violation, along with the junk. One bag of trash was found.
So are there violations, actionable items?
There are actionable items, which is, of course, the no septic system, which we talked about. All this junk is like a junkyard. So there'll be a letter written that the town attorney will review. And the town has agreed to provide a dumpster, and the property tenant has agreed to clean up the facility, which is very good. This is much better than going to court and having administrative warrant and then ordering somebody, if they voluntarily do it, that we bring a little dumpster there. And we have provided a dumpster in the past to some of the people that had an accumulation of items and treasures and things. And so that dumpster is going on November 4th for about a week for the person to clean up the materials.
Anything else on there, Lindsay, you wanted to look at specifically?
Well, I see Paltoma's being worked on actively. I saw that myself.
Worked on. That's very good.
There was a discussion about some of the businesses and how we have more control over those violations because they're businesses in town, like specifically in the industrial park, the ones that have all the stuff outside and all of that I happen to notice every time I drive by. So I wasn't sure specifically on those if we've had conversations with like Walpole and those guys.
We have in the past, but we have a new code enforcement officer, or the return of what
Right.
we're covering. So we will go to the industrial park and speak to the new manager at the facility. So I think that would be very helpful too. And this is a company that just needs more space. They need more manufacturing interior space and, and the financing to do that, as well as the locations to do that, which they are working on. However, they also are a fencing company, and they could put up a fence.
That's right. That would be that's right. Okay. I think that's good for now. Thank you.
So we are fortunate. Most of these have had some progress, like the Pittsfield Redemption Center is being cleaned up, which is much better. There will be a challenge.
Yep. 1 second, hold on.
Yeah, we have Paltoma Avenue, Lindsay Street being worked on, and the old Quonset hut is finally being worked on. I never thought I would see that.
That was very surprising to see that. I didn't recognize it.
I know.
One of the trees was, yes, Doug, briefly, please.
Just a question. With respect to the property on Webb Road, is a porta potty an acceptable system?
No, that's the violation we're talking about.
That's the issue.
All right.
Absolutely.
How is that going to be corrected then?
The process is we need to have the attorney draft a letter, has to go through all the legal, I won't say mumbo jumbo because there are attorneys here, but there are processes that we need to follow through so that everything's in proper.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Yeah. I just have one quick thing. I see there was no update or anything on the former garage going into Manson Park. I see it says that they're trying to sell it, but there's still safety violations that are at the town.
The code officer didn't view that one as important as the other ones because there's so many of them and the time is limited. The safety violations appear to be inside the building.
The roof fell in. Fell in.
Well, the security is such that no one can get in there, then it doesn't sound right, but it's really a non-issue based on the safety issues. Because if it's
like you and I,
it's a lower priority.
Yeah, we can walk in anytime.
Well, I'm sure I can be proven wrong. I'm sure there's windows open, but
doors missing.
Yes. Question.
Eric Glencross from West Branch Terrace. Could you guys do a paving contract sometime for Sebastica Street because it really needs it bad.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to cut you off right here. We can get that at the end. We're talking about the code enforcement officer right now.
Okay.
We have an opportunity in the meeting where you can bring that up and discuss that.
Okay.
So I want to try to keep it as efficient and moving along as possible. But please hang on to that, and I'll call you on the end. Anything else on this, council, Lindsay? Anything else you want to address on that?
For now, we'll get them at the next one.
Okay. I'm enthused. It looks like it's been updated a bit more than it has in the past. I think it has to do with personnel also.
So we have a qualified, certified code officer now, at least for a while.
Okay.
So we're going to get as much done as we can.
Okay, Lindsay?
The fixed asset list, I actually had an opportunity to talk to Catherine about that, just assets that the town has and an opportunity to potentially liquidate any of those to help with the 2023 budget. Catherine said there's very little opportunity on that list for now, so we'll have to maybe readdress at the start of the new year.
I think it's a good idea. It should be periodically looked at. I mean, I don't know if it I'm sure it probably has been,
It
but
has, yes.
at the level that we have, it's been a little while.
Right, and even the assets that are listed, we know that some of those are not valued at what is written on that sheet, so the accuracy of the information that's even on that list, we should probably dig through at some point, and I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do it before the end of the year, but.
No, I don't think we do either, but that's something that I would think that we could direct the town manager to direct to our department heads.
Okay.
So we'll need to talk to the auditor because what takes place with a fixed asset listing, at least for municipalities, is a little bit different than businesses. Once the items go on, they don't change the values or have us change the values. We keep adding the items on at the amount that they're purchased. So it's a little bit different than the insurance list, which we have all these items listed for insurance, and those values will go up or be depreciated.
Right, depreciate down though over time down to zero. I just want to make sure that those that should be depreciated have all the way down to where they belong, so it doesn't look like we have things, or if we're holding on to things that we shouldn't and it's costing us money versus selling them and getting rid of them. You know what I mean? Like, if it's an item that's depreciated down to nothing but we're storing it, there's some cost to doing that.
So some of our surplus items are being sold.
Yeah.
That there's no use for anymore, which for the town means that really is no use, likely. But sometimes people can fix those and have them and use them for their business. So we did make a book of all the town properties, which it looks like we have a lot, and we do. Many items have been purchased through grants for the airport, for the sewage treatment plant, for the water facilities, and so we're not able to sell those. And it looks like we have a lot of land, which we do, and most of which is swampland further out. We do have a couple of parcels that I've identified. We've talked about these before. And the town decided the 4 times that we've talked about this over the last 20 years that we would not budget the money or utilize legal funds to determine if we have right-of-ways or not. We might want to reconsider that. One property would be very nice if we actually had a right-of-way, but you can't sell properties without a right-of-way. Generally, the town obtains properties through tax-acquired process, and there's always issues with them. And so that might be something to look at.
Absolutely.
But I do have a book if you'd like to look through them. And we did identify on the tax maps where they're located. We do have some properties that are listed under the town's name, but they're actually leased to the town. The prior assessor many years ago had the tendency to list them as owned by the town of Pittsfield, when really we are the, we lease them. We do not own them, and some of them go back to the state at a certain period of time. Thank you.
So,
go ahead.
I mean, sound a little ignorant, but did we get a fixed asset list? I mean, I haven't seen anything. I know we asked for it.
We got it, but it was, some weren't as legible as others. I don't think the copies that were made were that.
Yeah, the copies were hard to read. I had to change to keep running them to make them darker.
So
they
where,
have them in some
is it something that was on my desk when I got here, or?
I'd have to look back. I do
No,
not.
it wasn't in tonight's package. It's something that was discussed before briefly.
The last meeting or the meeting before.
It
we talked about
was
that fixed asset list. We could see
2 or 3 meetings ago. We talked about that. It wasn't anything that was brought to fruition or any direction on it, but the fact was that it was something that we need to look at, and I think beginning of the year we ought to relook at that and get a cleaner, better list that we can look at. And as you had mentioned, Catherine, there are some properties that we don't have access to right of ways.
So I believe it was 3 or 4 meetings ago. I can double check.
Catherine, when you get a chance, I know you have all kinds of free time on your hands.
I'm having fun with it.
I'm sure you are. Could you find that and could you distribute that again,
Oh,
please?
sure, yes.
It may be on the emails from before, but if you can put your hands on it a little quicker than...
Yeah, does anyone want that again? This was Eric.
Yeah,
Okay.
send it to the whole council, please.
Okay.
Can you do an electronic copy, not a print? Thank you.
Yes, it is hard to read it.
Yes, briefly.
Yep, relative to this land we have with no deeded right of way, somebody has a budding land, just sell it so you can collect the taxes. We're in the business of collecting taxes, not owning land. So we should sell it and not spend lawyer money trying to figure out if we have a right of way for tens of thousands of dollars. Sell it, and then someone starts paying taxes, we have revenue. So I'm confused why we have all this land that we don't know what to do with, that we're not collecting taxes on.
I think there may be, I don't know how the laws read, but I don't know if you can deal land like that that does not have a right of way.
If I own the abutting property, I can buy it. Now I own it.
If you have the abutting property, understood, but if you don't own the abutting property, someone wants to buy it and there's land, private land all around it.
Do
that's
something
what we're
on
talking about.
citizens so we generate revenue is my point. We're in the business of generating tax
And that,
revenue.
right, and that's what we're talking about. It's something that the council hasn't done to this level in a very long time, but it's something we're going to be looking at.
There are two of them.
What's the project size? Significant? Yeah.
One is off Sibley Pond,
Oh, on the northern end.
Yes.
Okay, that's half marsh and
up
half.
high,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
A lot of swampland, but, pretty views and everything.
Yep.
And one is off Route 100.
Okay.
So there's two.
Okay.
5, 6, and 7 can go on with budget discussion. I'll
Okay.
bring them up where they're pertinent so we can.
Okay, very good. All right, let's move on to number 6, old business. There is none. Number 7, new business. Capital, let's start with Resolution 22-102, please.
Resolution 22-102, resolved that the town council waive the bid policy, chapter 2, administrative code, section 106, to accept a bid from Harmony Home Decor for $11,749.17 for new flooring and stair runners for the police station, such cost to be paid for from the 2022 capital budget allocation police floors.
Look for a motion from council, please.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 22-102.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions or comments from anyone in the audience on this? This is a budgeted item. It's just the bid process. Yes.
Just wanted to say I really hope you approve this because I walked up those stairs to talk about the Halloween trunk-or-treating, and it's scary.
This was a very specific item from last year. You remember this. It wasn't just the police department in general, it's those specific stairs. That was the discussion that we had. So
They're very scary.
This is what this is for. Any other comments from anyone in the audience? Very well, I'll close comments to the audience. Council, any questions or comments? Very well, hearing none, my sense are ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 22-102, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 22-102 passes. Catherine, let's move on to resolution 22-103, please.
Resolution 22-103, resolve that the town council approve a renewal application for a liquor license for the Sebastopol Valley Lodge of Elks at 140 Middle Street, Pittsfield, Maine, 04967.
We'll look for a motion from council, please.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 22-103.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. Questions or comments from anyone in the audience? well, I'll close public comment. Council, any questions or comments on this resolution? More with bookkeeping than anything. Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 22-103, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, resolution 22-103 passes. Let's move on to resolution 22-104, please, Catherine.
Resolution 22-104, resolve that the town council approve a renewal application for a special amusement permit for the Sebasco Valley Lodge of Elks at 140 Middle Street, Pittsfield, Maine, 04967.
Look for a motion from the council, please.
It's a motion to adopt resolution 22-104.
Thank you. Move to second. Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions or comments from anyone in the audience concerning resolution 22-104? Very well, I will close public comment. Let's go to the council. Any questions or comments? I love democracy. Hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 22-104, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 22-104 passes. Let's wrap up with resolution 22-105, please, Catherine.
Resolution 22-105, resolve that the town council appoint Kate Russell to fill the vacancy on the library trustees.
Holly, would you like to speak briefly?
Sure. Karen Oakes was the trustee that left because she moved, and several names were thrown out to recommend to fill the vacancy. And we reached out to them, and Kate said that she would love to. She filled out an application, and now she's on the docket.
All right.
And she is a former librarian, just so you know, at Unity College. And she's really cool. And she is now a teacher at Warsaw.
Very good. Yes, Peter.
Peter Snow. I would have to echo her words. She's my neighbor. And she's a wonderful young lady, has two wonderful young girls. And her husband. He's from Green Bay. All right, that's your
Oh, man.
Green
You
Bay.
should have said that after the vote.
Well, he's very sad now. She's a wonderful young
He's
lady.
a Green Bay fan. He was born sad.
Yes.
My late wife was a Green Bay fan, believe it or not. And it took 10 years for her to tell me that. Anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak? Very well, I'll close the public comment. Council, any questions or comments on this?
I work with Kate at the Warsaw Middle School, and she's fantastic, so I think it sounds like she'd make a great addition.
Anything else, Council?
Still have to make a motion.
Yes.
To adopt resolution 22-105.
You didn't have a motion on that? You did not.
No, you talked to me
Oh, my
first.
goodness, I'm sorry. I was getting so antsy just to talk. I'm sorry, please, I'll look for a motion from
I
Council,
will make a
please.
motion that we adopt resolution 22-105.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. That's why you're the deputy.
I'm not running the next meeting. The last time I corrected you.
Well, I don't know, when's Powerball being drawn? Tomorrow night? We might be doing it next meeting. No, I'll be here just to blow. I'll take care of your theater problems one night. How's that? All right, any discussion, Council? Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 22-105, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 22-105 passes. Thank you very much. Number 8, reports. There are none. Number 9, we'll go to reports, and I will start with the audience. Let me get back online here. I will start with, I don't see my meeting here. Oh, hold on here. All right, is there anyone online that wishes to make a final question or comment for the evening? Very well. Thank you very much. Anyone in the audience wishes to make a comment? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, it was raised earlier about the pavement being done town. It's excellent, and I want to say reclaiming like we are is the right way to do it. I do have a concern. I talked to the superintendent from Northeast, and I guess it's not in their contract to grade the shoulders and back up the edge of pavement. I don't know how that's getting done, but we've spent $1 million in paving, and the easiest way to destroy it is not have the water get away from the road and have it freeze and break it, or have vehicles drive over the edge of the pavement and break it. And so I don't know, I'd like to understand what's the town's plan to take the windrow of material where there is some and where there isn't any and back up the edge of pavement. It's not in Northeast's contract.
It isn't, that's surprising.
So
Catherine, can you comment on that?
Donnie is working on options for that. It's very clear from looking at the Spring Road that there is an issue there with the amount of material that is built up on the side.
So that'll be after the fact. However, let's back up. Was it missed? I mean, was it not the same kind of contract that we used before?
It's the same contract that we used before.
So, but that was never in it, though.
It was taken care of on the reclaim.
It wasn't in the contract, yet the contractor did it.
They did it as part of the project.
Okay.
We'll have to be more careful.
Yeah, we'll have to
Maybe it'll spell out
We'll have to make
it is in the
change.
contract.
I'm sorry?
Typically, that is part of the paving contract. Again, it wasn't written, but that's probably why the other person didn't read their contract. They just assumed it's
They
there.
just did, they did.
And they
so
did it,
thought
but it's
was fine.
typically there.
So I'm hearing we got the wrong contractor. No, I'm kidding.
It's not me, I don't know the right contractor.
No, I know, but the previous contract had done it.
Yeah, I just don't know the town spend $1 million and have nothing next spring.
Yep. All right, thank you for that, Andy. Anyone else in the audience? Yes, sir.
Alan Dunphy, 157 West Street. Can we possibly get the water bills back on schedule again? It's been over a year, and they're still not coming out quarterly like they should. That's money you guys are leaving on the table.
So the water bills will be back on schedule. There was an issue, without going into a long details here, there was an issue with how meters were moved around to different locations without being reported, unknown by all of our associates in the town. So that shut down the system and created errors. So we got that straightened away. And then went through updating the software, which was very old and had to be updated to go to another version, or was not going to be maintained by the software company. They just couldn't anymore because it was such an old version. And so all the towns had to move over. Our conversion was very difficult with a lot of issues which are still continuing. But the water sewer bill issues have been resolved.
It's
so yes,
kind of a shock
they'll be
to
back
get
on
payments for
quarters.
3/4 of the year all
Yeah.
at once.
Yeah, and for anyone who is, has been unable to pay, we're not shutting anyone off. We're not going to have any issues with their payments. They will have plenty of
I
time
can
in
pay it, I just
2023.
would like to have it regular.
Yeah, it will be regular. The issues are in a certain area of town, which is still an issue, but if we have to, we'll just do those ones manually, so the rest of you will get your bills in a timely fashion.
So when do you think this will be back on track?
It'll be back on track this month.
This month?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir, for bringing that up. Yes?
Yes, Anna Bach from South Street. While we're at it, I'm sorry, you were asking.
No, that's all right. I'll get you next. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
While we're at it, why is it we have our school and land taxes at the end of the year when it's already a tough time for a lot of folks? And also, why can't that be divided? Why can't people pay half in monthly, in whatever? I don't even know. I know other towns allow you to pay half your taxes at one time and then the other half down the road. So is that something that's ever been considered, just to kind of lighten the load for folks?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask the town manager to respond to that. It has to do with billing and all that.
Yeah, thanks.
It has been looked at several times. The town has decided not to go forward at the times that we looked at it, and that is because the payment would have to, because we're paying at the end of the year, and we're paying for the calendar year, we're paying in October. The town is able to sustain itself until then, but we're almost out of money, so it doesn't help us either. But to change this over, we're going to have a payment in May or June, which means people are going to have to come up with half of their bill earlier in the year, because it's for the entire calendar year. And so they're paying later, so that would be in bad economic times, not a good thing for people to have to all of a sudden come up and have their bill earlier. And so that's why it has not been implemented.
Can that be an option?
Oh, you can pay any time that you want. It goes into your account. We have many people on the tax club who will make monthly payments or come in and make payments quarterly.
Explain that, tax club.
Sure. So there's a tax club that the town has had for a little bit over 20 years, I think approximately 20 years. People sign up for that. In order to sign up, your taxes have to be up to date on December 31st. So when we head to the next year, you will have a book which has an estimated amount of what your tax will be, and you have little slips that you would send in or bring in and pay on a monthly basis. So for the first month, you're paying ahead of what we normally would have in October, and then at the end, once we're past the due date, there's no interest. So you just make a payment every month. And then if people can't make a payment every month, they can double up and get caught up by the end of the year. And it works well. Many of the seniors are on this. Many families are on it. It works out exceptionally well. And then if somebody didn't want that much structure, they can just come in and make payments toward the amount of what their bill was the prior year.
Does that help?
Thank you.
Very well. Yes, please. Yep.
I was just wondering when you guys were gonna could get a paving contract for Sebastopol Street.
That will probably be the next year's process, I think.
So Sebastopol Street, we agree it should be paved, and actually it needs to be dug up ground probably just because of its condition. But it's been reported that there's a sewer issue on that road, so we don't want to dig up something and then later on dig up the sewer. So that needs more study. That's why it wasn't put into the contract this year. The same thing for Lancey Street by the school. There is an issue underneath that road that needs to be reviewed, and the engineer is going to get time to look at it and give us some recommendations. It's a severe water issue, but we've been told it's not the water system. So we need to resolve that and make sure everything's okay, so we don't go and pave it and then dig it up later on.
Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
earliest it will be next year, possibly.
Okay, cool. It's hard riding the bike down some of it, and if you don't see the pothole, you wipe out.
Anyone else? Yes, please, Amanda.
Amanda Collmore, Library Street. I just wanted to say thank you to all of the businesses and individuals who came out to the Halloween trunk or treating last night. It was incredibly successful. I had a lot of fun planning that with Amy and Jess over at Northern Light. And I just wanted to really just call out on record here the donations that we received from Chimbro, Vittles, Rennie's, Quan Lee, Shorey Funeral Home, Bolsters, Rubbit, excuse me, Michael Lynch, and the Kiwanis Club. So thanks everybody, that was really great, and I had a lot of the people coming over after going around that in my house, so it was a great event, and I hope that we continue to see that grow over the years.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Heather.
First off, I would love to encourage everyone to stay for the budget workshop coming afterwards. There's going to be some discussions. The library is going to be coming up again, as well as library, general assistance, street lights, not very exciting. Public works is always a great discussion. Buildings and grounds, cemeteries, transfer station recycling, recreation, and also the theater. And these are all things that are of interest to every one of you as taxpayers as well. The other thing I wanted to speak to was regarding the discussion item for changing the town charter. My guess is that the town attorney is going to be relying on Maine state statutes to give advice to the town council. And a quick Googling of the Maine state statutes outlines two ways that the charter can be changed. There's no quick fix to changing the charter, and it's designed to take a long period of time. When you're talking about changing the rules that an entire town operates on, You don't want that to be done on a quick process, and you want the town to be involved in that. And it involves either nominating people to be on the committee or being elected to be on the committee. It can be generated by a petition of 5 people as petitioners to go get signatures, or the town council can order for it to be done. But it's always done in a way that is open, and people have the opportunity to serve on that committee, because the townspeople are the ones that are generating the rules for the town, if you're going to be changing the rules. So there is no quick fix on that. I would hope that the town attorney would be relying on the state statutes. If you just look up Title 30A, Part 2, Subpart 2, Organization Interlocal Cooperation under Home Rule Chapter 11, it outlines the different processes that you can go through for that. And it's designed to take a long period of time to do, and then you have to send it to the state to have it approved afterwards. So I think you are all entirely correct. There's things we need to fix and change and make improvements, because times have changed since our original charter was issued and since amendments were made last time. But it needs to be done in a thoughtful way that involves the community and not just here in the council chambers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Anyone else? Very well, I'll close the public discussion. I will start with the council. Deputy Mayor Lodgedice.
Yeah, I've got the things this evening. One is to congratulate the chief on his retirement, even though it's regretful of the circumstances of his retirement. And the second thing is just to thank all who came out to the library, although I will caveat that with the fact that it was a budget session and my words were misinterpreted or misrepresented in the Bangor Daily News as I read, which said that I wanted to cut Saturdays, for the record. That's all I have this evening.
All right, thank you. Councilor Holmstrom.
Yeah, I'll second that. Congratulate Pete and thank Amanda for reading that. That was a really nice way to honor him and his time spent serving the town of Pittsfield. Thanks to everybody who came out. We'll talk more in a few minutes about the library, but it's really powerful to have everybody here. I think that the people speak best when they come forward and they have a passion for something, and it's very clear that the Pittsfield Library is something that maybe should definitely not be cut, but maybe have the opportunity to grow. And that's not always a conversation at a budget discussion, but it should be. Where there's opportunity for growth, there's opportunity for the community. So we'll be looking forward to how we can better do that. And just thank everyone for coming out. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to Councilor Chester.
Pretty much everything has been said, right? Thank you to everybody here. It is amazing to be a part of a community that will turn out like this when things matter to them, and to show their support for individuals, for organizations, and for just for the town itself, to make sure that we are the community that each one of us want to be a part of and want to live in. So again, echo that huge thank you to all, and I think that's it. Looking forward to the end of the evening with the budget. That's my favorite part. So.
End of evening, boy, it was kind of a conservative estimate, I think. No, I want you to run again. No, it's going to be Peace-Gate. You guys right. It's going to be black. Councilor Saucia, please.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming in and showing your support. I wish it was full like this every night. I wish we needed a bigger chamber for more people to meet, instead of when something polarizing is said. I mean, I really think it's important to be consistent, and that's, for me, I struggle with it every day in my own life. I mean, it's something that if you're consistent and you're always putting constant pressure on something, it never really gets out of hand, and it's really hard to do. And we tend to put out fires. We talk about things that are important today, and sometimes the things that happened yesterday aren't as important. But just don't lose track, and I hope everyone comes to the meeting 2 weeks from now. We have more discussions in a positive manner, and make this budget something that is valuable, right? Make it something that means something to the town, means something to the taxpayers, and actually can hold its weight. Because what we're not going to do, or what I'm not going to do, is put my name on something that I don't believe, not to be wrong, bad information. And it's just as important to make sure that the numbers are right as just have to be something on the paper. At the end of the day, we want to use every dollar we put in the budget. If we can save a little bit, that's great. But it just needs to be in the right bucket, and we just need to put a lot of time and thought into it. The library fell victim to being the first one we talked about, so I think that's why it was so polarized. I think the library is extremely valuable. I think everyone here does. And there's a lot of things just like the library that we're going to talk about. Police department is valuable, fire department is valuable, rec department is valuable. But it all touches all of us in a way. And we need to prioritize it and make sure the right money is in the right bucket. So, that's it.
Thank you. Council Hall, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for coming out. This is definitely the most full this chamber has ever been since I've been on council, so that's nice to finally see. I guess we don't really know what we don't know. And last week or 2 weeks ago, there was like 3 people in this chamber. And the topic was the library, and you throw out ideas and you try to not necessarily scrutinize or question everything, but you want to right size everything. There were parts of the budget that was way too low. There were parts of the budget that were too high. We really just want to get it right. We don't want to overspend in spots, and we don't want to underspend in spots. And I think the one thing that I've learned in this last 2 weeks is the town obviously values the library. We should probably put more money into the budget for the library, maybe increase the hours or change the hours to better suit everybody, the working folks, the non-working folks, just everybody, so they have access to it whenever they want it. So I hope my comments in the paper or whatever you may have heard, they were fairly accurate. I mean, it was, I just want to do our due diligence and not rubber stamp anything and hold every department accountable. And like Eric said, the library was just number one on the budget workshop list. So again, thank you for everybody coming out, and hopefully you'll stay through December 6th.
Well, that's it.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll be as brief as possible. We'll take a 5-minute break.
I don't want to steal your thunder, but I got to just for a second.
I bet you won't.
So my email address on the website does not work. So I'm sorry if anyone sent me emails that it doesn't work. So my email for council is ericspittsfieldtowncouncil@gmail.com. And if you can't remember that, shoot me a text on the number that's on there, and I will send it to you. I'm not trying to ignore anyone. I just can't access the account. So that's the right email address to use. Just for the record.
Thank you.
All right.
All set?
Yeah.
You didn't steal any thunder. I'll be as brief as possible. We'll take a quick 5-minute break. We'll jump right into the budget. I know everyone's here anxious to do that. And I do sincerely want to thank everyone for showing up. This is my 4th iteration on the council, and many times it's been, I would sit at my desk and say thank you to Don Hollenbach, who was always the only person in here in that back corner seat. Many times Don couldn't make it. So there were 7 people in the council meeting. They were all councilors in the town manager. So fantastic. Thank you all very, very much. Whether it's polarizing or not, I love to see this. This is great. So thank you all very much for showing up. I want to thank Representative Collmore for her work on getting that legislative sentiment. I know it's a lot of work. It's a big effort. Thank you very much for that. It means a lot to the town and to me personally. So thank you for that. It meant a lot, and I hope we can get it to him when he's able to travel. So thank you, Amanda. I have been enthused to see all the road work is being done around town. As I mentioned before, it was a smart comment, but I hadn't seen that Quonset up for ages. Just around town here, Spring Road's being worked on. We've got the Beans Corner Road's being worked on. The Webb Road's being worked on. Believe it or not, the Webb Road's being worked on. That's fantastic. It's been ages for that. So, if you want to see process in the Spring Road, if you want to see, the product of the nights that we stay here and discuss, that's it. I will not pat ourselves on the back, but this is what we're doing. So, I'm glad that we're able to show that. Just a quick comment on the budget process, and I believe Mr. All, you had mentioned to it, and I think Mr. Viggo had alluded to it also, is that we don't pick out favorites, we don't pick out the things that we want to take apart and things we want to boost up. This process we go through is for every single department, and I won't say unfortunately, but Holly's department was the first one, so that was the highest profile one. And we're not going to judge the library any differently than any other department. And honestly, I'm with every single one of you. I think that has, I've always called, there are a number of jewels in the crown that this town had. At one time, it was a theater, Manson Park, the library. I mean, all these other little parks we have around town. That's what makes these people who said they came by, they drove around. Heather Donahue was one said they came to Pittsfield, they saw everything that this town had. That's why they came here. So the budget process is necessary. Nothing about it is personal. We have to be beholden to you as taxpayers and ourselves as councilors. So there's a responsibility there. So we are doing our best. So please stay I'd like to see you all stay. Come to every meeting now at the end of the year. One more thing, and I will close, and it's something that's near and dear to my heart. 1 week from today, we vote. One pulse, one vote. Everybody vote, please. It's very, very important to say, well, it's only the midterms. No, I don't care if it's to vote for the dog catcher. Everything's important, so please, everybody vote. Everybody vote. Everybody vote.
On that note,
Yeah.
What are the hours for early voting?
Good point. Good question.
So the hours for the polling are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Not election day, early voting?
Before election, the absentee.
Everybody has been voting all along, 8 to 5, except for Wednesday, so Monday, Tuesday.
So the hours of the town office.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we've had hundreds and hundreds of people.
Catherine, what's the last day for early voting?
I'm going to have to talk to the town clerk just to
Friday.
make sure of the exact dates of the early voting. I thought people could vote for that day up here, but we'll double check on that and put it on the front of the website. Just to make sure, because it changes constantly.
Excellent questions. Thank you very much. That kind of segued to what I mentioned. So with that, I will ask for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second. Moved and seconded. We are adjourned. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll get back into the budget. Thank you all.
Oh,
you, but I need my statement.
Hey, young lady.
That's fine, no worries. Gotcha. You can hear me all right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, good.
We talking library first?
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta wait for Eric. Kind of thing.
Did he just step out? You know? Yeah, it should be right there.
All right, so let's, on page, where are we here? 35, I believe. Page 35, account 25-10 is the library. Let's go ahead and start with that. Kathy, you have some sheets here. Do you want to clarify?
All right, very good. We have for the public a section of the agenda which starts out 2023 budget workshop and identifies the budgets with copies of them as they were presented to the town council for library, general assistance, streetlights, public works, highway, buildings, grounds, cemeteries, transfer station, recycling, recreation, and theater. So we have an excerpt from the large budget book, and I see somebody put the budget book from here, which is fine.
That is me.
Yep, that's okay. I'll just give you two next time.
Thank you.
But we have an extra copy of the budget book upstairs, and we'll come in and look at it. People often do, and some do. We have a couple that people have taken to look at, which is fine. And we have a copy of 2023 Budget Workshop, November 1st, library background materials, which Holly put together for questions that people had. And so we have those two documents. This evening, the council received the reconciliation for September 30th for both the expenses and the revenues. Everything's reconciled perfectly. We did go through a conversion of software, which has been quite the experience here. So 123 hours later, everything is reconciled for September. So you have those documents to look at for actuals through September 30th for both revenues and expenditures, as well as other information. And then you can put them in your budget book under tab 8. You also have for the history, and this took some interesting doing. When the software worked really well, and the town has 2 to 3 options for software, probably 2 now, required by the state of Maine for all communities to have if they want to work with the state and provide any licenses, motor vehicle and all the inland fisheries and everything else. So that's what everybody uses, and there are some now functions with the conversion. So we do have a history called Custom Budget Report, which has your actuals for 2019, 2020, 2021. And I had to run that out of the 2021 budget, which we're not supposed to be in, but I still have the icon. That all the information is correct. So I made a copy of that for you. I was unable to run it out of the 2020 because the information from 2021 did not go over properly. So we have correct budgets and everything, but we can't run the custom budget that will have 2022 on it. So you'll have to use 2 documents, your actuals from this year, which are correct, through September 30th, and then your custom budget report, which has your history, if you're interested in it. So those are reports that you can put in your budget book. Thank you.
All right, Kevin, thank you.
So, start with the process. Let's talk about the library first. That's account 25-10, which is page 35 under section 3 of the budget book. A couple notes I had put on that. That was an increase of $14,690 as written, 7.3 increase. And I had also, and I didn't put notes on here, on line 30-05 in electricity. It was 14,000, but I wrote down 17,000.
Right, because when we did because I had said 14,000 as we were chatting,
Yep.
and then as we talked more, like, well, actually, maybe.
Because you were actually one of the few that looks at the electrical bill on your section, on the library. That's why you brought that up. Okay. And that was the same for the telephones, 2,000. That was brought up to 3350, right?
Yeah.
Council all set with that?
So the electricity did increase for a few of our accounts. Most of them are locked in, but we're unable to lock in the library under the main power option. So unfortunately, there's an increase there.
Right, but at least that number, as we discussed last time, is more realistic than the 14,000.
And they keep going up too, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we can build more solar. That was a plug for me, by the way.
Good idea.
Thank you. So the other thing that we had not done with this, during our discussions last time, you had put in a 5% COLA. We had agreed to 3% across the board. I don't see notes on this where that has been adjusted.
No, as of yet, we didn't discuss that because we discussed the other items, yes.
Right, understood. But what we did talk about last time with the other departments that we reviewed and already approved, the 5% you had to put in there for personnel for the COLA, the council discussed dropping it across the board down to 3%.
Correct.
For all departments and all personnel, except for the few that we left at 5 or 8%.
8%
But
because it was so low paid.
Right,
For minimum
but we
wage.
will get to that. That wasn't this budget.
It would be for the assistants.
The
because
part-time.
they were at minimum
Yeah,
wage.
so it was for this budget.
Yes.
Okay. So do we have, so these numbers as written, other than the electricity and the telephones, that still reflects that 5% and the 8%?
Correct.
Okay, so let's change that 5 down to 3%, come up with that new number. I think we move on that. Any input, council?
I had a question
Yeah,
about the
please.
assistants. And what type of, is that someone that's in school to,
No,
so that's just part-time?
part-time.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. She's doing calculations, yeah.
Sure.
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you doing the calculation? I don't have any machine.
Me? No.
I don't dare touch this because it may cause a problem with the Zoom.
From 5% down to 3%.
Yeah, 5 to 3 for full-time.
Oh, yeah. Can I ask
Yeah.
all of
No,
you?
yeah, please.
For growth opportunity, just based on the discussion that we had earlier, if there was something in your, I'm assuming it's under the equipment books, that kind of stuff, if you had your opportunity for improvement.
Not my
and you wish-
dream.
Well, is your reasonable dream, what would you foresee as things that you could add and about what would that cost?
I really wasn't expecting this tonight, which is.
So are you
This is nice.
asking her to modify the budget on the fly?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm asking if there's been discussion about growth opportunity in the past, what does that look like, and/or do you have a vision for anything that would change? I know it's open for discussion and nothing is finalized, and that's why we're all here, right? So my question would be, there was a lot of discussion earlier about what could we do either in modifying hours to arrange for times where more people could access the library and or,
They were suggestions in the way of opinions.
right, and so I'm just following up on that. Is this a right forum to do that in?
No, you certainly can, but I don't want to get off track with what we have in hand here, because it can be a very, very long night.
Yes. I think it's valuable to take a moment.
No, that's fine. Go right ahead.
Okay. So what I'd like to know, and this isn't finalized, so as we move money from bucket to bucket and move it around, we've heard from a lot of folks that maybe there's opportunity to better align the hours with people in the community, working hours or growth maybe in the summer. I know Saturdays, it is closed in the summer. A lot of people have said that Saturdays should be open. Is that even feasible? If not, that's fine. Maybe it's a future projection. And or maybe that would actually make it harder to retain staff. I'm not sure. So I would leave that to your discretion. But my question is there room for growth in the budget that you would like to see? Or is this the what you would basically want, even if you had your wish?
I mean,
to
no,
have
I would love to have the materials budget, that's 15,000. Yes, of course, I'd love to have that increase since it's been the same for over 20 years.
Was that what you cut when you came to the table a couple weeks ago? Were you like, okay, I'll just leave that the same because I know I don't want to ask for more?
I have never asked for more because I'm always told never ask for more. And so I don't. And we make do with what we make do, and thankfully we have some people that do give donations. Is it ever enough? Well, no, but that's okay. I mean, it's never enough for anything, so that's okay. But yes, I'd love an additional 6,000 so I could have $500 extra a month to go towards ebooks, because that's something that's been growing a lot more. So that would be my proposal at 21,000 for that. I do understand though, I know there's a limited amount of money. I totally understand that. I just don't want anything reduced.
Do you feel like the grant opportunities that are out there would be enough to get you through this next year, that 6,000? If we,
yes.
And or maybe we look at it, if we can't do it this year, that we look at it into the future and we cover
Absolutely.
the grant opportunity for this
Absolutely.
year. Just wanted to follow up.
Thank you. I appreciate the question.
We got the numbers?
Working. 82,612.
So the 84,428 is 82,612? Yeah. 82,612, okay. So if we take that 82,612, add everything up, including that 17,3350.
Catherine, do you have this in Excel or?
Yes,
We do.
we do.
Can we do that in there instead of doing it right now, or?
We've never done them at the meeting when we made the changes in the totals. I've just done them afterwards and created it for everybody. And I can go upstairs and get the act machine and do these.
No, we can do it right here.
If you just want to say 5% becomes 3% for the full time, we take care of the electricity, and you talked about the telephone and the amounts. I
Okay.
can just add these all up. I've got a whole list that I was running for the notes.
So the bottom line, so the top line is 84,428. That is a difference of 1816. We add 3,000 plus another 1,350, so 4,350. Difference I'm getting is a plus 2534 added to that bottom line of 216,978. 216,978. New budget 219,512. I want to check my math, or you going to trust me? You going to trust the oldest person in here doing the math on the council?
The way they teach math today, yeah, I am.
Yeah, I will. Honestly, in school, I used to use the slide rule, and I loved it.
I don't know what that is, but
So let me tell you this. Google it.
Yeah. 219,512.
219,512.
Yep.
Okay. So new budget for the library, reduction of 5% to 3% for the COLA. So the top line, 0105 is from 84,428 down to 82,612. Line 30-05 electricity is increased from 14,000 to 17,000. Line 30-15, telephones increased from 2,000 to 3,350. Bottom line increased from 216,978. New number is 219,512. Questions or comments, council?
Can we split the difference this year as a part of the proposal until we're done at the end, and just do meet Holly halfway at 3,000 and make it
3,000 for what?
for additional books and periodicals? So to make it 222, 512, and then at the end of the process on the public, if we decide that it's not there and we can't find it in a different bucket as we go through all the departments, we're still at the beginning. So we're going to go through and we may be able to find that $3,000 in a different budget and then move it. So my question would be, is it something that we can put in there as a placeholder, and if we can't do it, then pull it back out at the end?
So you want to add $3,000 to what line?
To line 2020. To speak to Howard's point earlier, the cost of...
So you want to increase 2020 from 15,000 to 18,000?
As a proposal, and if we can't find it in a different place, Holly said she could maybe cover it with grant opportunity for this year, and we look at realistically adjusting that number to make it so we can have the things that we should have that haven't gone up since 2006 or 2 or whatever. Two.
Okay, so just for my edification, this is a budget that you have all set, and you're able to work with this budget for the year.
I am.
Okay, so what you're asking for is above and beyond, wasn't anything you were even prepared to ask for.
No, because I've always said never to ask for more. Never. I never have.
Regardless. So I guess let's poll the council.
Well, I would have a quick, based on a lot of the feedback from people, I think maybe the hours would change first before the books and literature that were, what's that?
It's more money.
I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. I guess I short-circuited my thought process here. I would rather have you take a little bit more of a look at it instead of, here, what do you want, how much? Because as your comment is, honestly, the feedback I was hearing was that if we had more time on Saturdays, that would be more beneficial than what was it, 2020? Equipment books, periodical videos, audio.
It's beneficial all around. But.
Yeah. We can certainly do that. It's a lot more money than 3,000. So just keep that in mind also. But if that's something that we want to work on, I'm certainly willing to do that.
So let's poll the council. That's how we want to do it. You want to hold the budget as is, that bottom line 219,512. You want to table and look at more for the next time? Pete?
I'd like to hold with the 219,512.
Lindsay?
Well, all of it's to be rediscussed if we need to down the road, correct? Like December 6th is the public hearing. So modifications can happen anytime between now and then to these, is that right?
Well, the whole idea of going through this process so we can get them done and out of the way, then we come up with a final budget, and we work out anything that needs to be tweaked on that, and then we present for discussion.
Okay. I would like to propose that we leave it to Holly's discretion to give us what her number one request for this coming year, whether it be to adjust hours to make that, if that's obviously a more expensive thing. I was thinking more along the lines of giving her the opportunity to improve the services that we do provide, even if it's just a little bit this year, and then we look at it more for next year.
So you want a table?
I think it would be valuable to potentially table it for now.
Craig?
Just kind of looking at the last few years spend on that line item for the books. Obviously, it's going to be somewhat skewed by. So on the custom budget report, just looking back at that and what we actually spent there.
So year to date this year, you've spent 67% of your equipment and books, your books budget. Is that pretty consistent?
Yep.
It's so much per month, like for like
Yep, I have a certain allotment every month. The ebooks fluctuate a little bit, some are more than others. Because I purchased extra this year, it cut down on print, did more for digital.
Yep.
And so we do something called pay per use.
Yep.
And so it opens up the collection much wider to our Pittsfield patrons than what the state has, because we are part of a consortium that has all these different digital resources. And so that fluctuates a little bit, but if it goes up a little bit too much, then I try to go down a little bit. I treat it like a home budget, so it goes down a bit. Yeah.
So, Craig, I think my feedback to that would be some of the emails and mailings that I received over the last couple weeks. Thanks, Jay. Have brought up some interesting solutions to some additions to the library hours, or being able to utilize resources in some lateral directions. I would like to table it and give that an opportunity to kind of blossom for a minute.
Eric?
I'd vote to table it.
Jason?
Yeah, I would say table it based on feedback from many people.
All right, my view is that we keep it the same and vote on this evening because, so we have 4 councils willing to table, 2 that want to vote and move on. The one thing I will warn you on, what's to stop any other department coming to do the exact same things going on here. So we're going to end up December 5th, the day before, and we're going to have a whole list of departments that have been tabled. We need to make traction on these things. So for this one, we'll table it for the next meeting. So what direction are we giving Holly?
Can you rough out something either with hours and then the approximated costs that go with that? And keep in mind, obviously, it's adjusting people's hours is not always a popular thing, depending on what they want to do. So what would, as the director of the library, what would be something that's a feasible alteration to increase time for the community to utilize the services? And or how can you better use funds to just improve the services we currently provide under the hours that we provide, and then just a dollar amount with each? And they'll go in as a proposal, and we can decide as we go through the next when we do the public hearing, we can decide then. Obviously, if everyone comes forward with every department with we want this, there's going to be tough decisions at the end, but we have to, it's right to give you the opportunity, considering the outcry of support, to not only not defund, but to grow the services for the library, for the community. So I think it's a worthwhile cause.
So what do you want her to concentrate on? You want to concentrate on hours or materials?
Or a split of it. If you're like, we can up by 1 extra hour on Saturday and we can do this much in books, but I would say maybe not to exceed $6,000. Use $6,000 as a rough number. I mean, whatever works for you. Like, we want to support the library, and if it's nothing and you don't want to do any of it, then say that's fine too. We'll leave it as it is and we'll just stamp it as it is. But I heard a lot of different things from the emails, the comments tonight. There seems to be opportunity for growth within the library budget.
The one thing that I guess I would probably add to that is when looking at adding hours is in being able to do so with current staff, right, and not having to look to hire, because the last thing we want to do is increase the budget, have that money sitting there, and then not spend it, and that could have been allocated to something else that could have been used. So that would be all that I would ask, is if there's room in the current staffing.
But with their current hours?
No.
Okay.
No. If they're willing to increase, like some people have a limited number of hours that they're allowed to due to what have you, financial obligations. So just wanted to make sure that taking that into consideration.
So we're not going to set up the budget for specific people. So if they can't work 130 hours, we're not going to work a budget around a certain person.
No, but we don't want to have an open rec. What have we faced all this year for open recs for positions? Right? Here we are in November 1st.
So what are you saying? Increase the budget to include another person?
No, I'm saying exactly opposite of that. I'm saying opposite of that. If you don't feel that the current staff is going to be able to handle any increase in hours, I would look at increasing your hours. Because the last thing that we want to do is add another person or allocate monies to.
No, I understand that, but one thing you gotta understand, you start talking about people's hours, that there's a snowball effect. It's not just a matter of $3,000 to buy more books.
Understood.
And if you're gonna keep it open longer, then let's talk about the heat.
Right.
So this whole fact of adding hours, let's say just 4 hours every Saturday, 2 people is 8 hours, 8 hours, 4 hours extra that the heat has to be on. Or increase, or if we get more people, we're gonna have to heat it more. So there's discussions gonna be made down the road.
Understood.
On this.
Understood. I just don't want to see us go down.
Okay, just be prepared to do this at least 8 more times tonight. No, I exaggerate, but I'm exaggerating to make a point.
I do.
The library is not the only thing in this town. We have a long ways to go, and there's a lot more going on. And there's a couple gentlemen back there that want to put their 2 cents worth and say, hey, the library wants more money, why can't we?
Sure.
So I won't speak to that. I'm going to expect you guys to speak to that.
Sure.
Because I don't think we need to move on this. I think Holly's given it some thought. Here's a budget she's happy with through 2023. If there's any extra we want to do, my personal opinion is, because everyone else will find their opinion, is that, okay, Holly, for the next year's budget, look at it a little bit more. And we're going to have a good part of this council still intact, probably the entire council. And then we'll make a note here, so the next year's budget, if we want to talk about this and this, you have our blessing, look at that, and we will look at that with open minds, open eyes. That's the way I would approach it. I don't like this 11th hour stuff, where we're starting November, and now we're starting to tweak these things. Not tweak, we're talking a major change. So that's my opinion.
That's the point of the workshop, right? Like, we're trying to iron it out. We can iron it out right now. We don't have to.
No, we're not going to iron it right now because you guys want to table it. You want to talk about it later. That's
And let's add it. I mean, we want to give her time to go and have a thoughtful, mindful moment to say, if we can increase the hours without adding an FTE or a person, this is what would make sense. These would be the associated costs to do option A, or we're just going to go and maybe improve the services we provide. This is option B. We can take those 2 options and weigh them and make that decision fairly quickly, but we need to give her time to do that mindfully. I think that's why we're tabling it. Not because we want to go back to the drawing board 1,800 times. I'm not sure that, no offense guys, I'm not sure, maybe actually I shouldn't say this, because Public Works might get the whole room filled with people in here that say they want to up that, but too, like honestly there's lots of competing priorities, but we've heard the people of Pittsfield say we want to see the library open more and have more to offer, and we're just trying to be responsive to that and by tabling it for a short period of time. I think it's reasonable. That's my opinion.
And that's fine, and I only offered mine as a counselor. Okay?
So, yeah.
So you guys all set to table this for another meeting? The next meeting?
I think the next meeting.
The next budget meeting is,
Tuesday.
Next one.
15th, right? 15th.
No. Next one.
no,
Normally it would be next Tuesday, but that's the election.
right. Town Council workshop next Tuesday. Fire department, communications, police department, animal control, water and sewer. Will you have something for us to review then?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question for Holly.
Yep.
Because she provided us with this paper here. Could you explain the fundraising part?
Does it say 0?
Well, for us, it's no, but I'm just curious as to what that category is or what it could involve.
Hold on, I have to find out what it is.
Yeah.
And are you looking at the spreadsheet? The big spreadsheet? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is something that actually Jenny Melvin from the State Library put together because I do not have access to all of these figures here. And so these are things that we all have to do annual reports, every library does.
Yep.
And so that's what she grabbed it from. And so she actually just grabbed all of the information from it. And so under fundraising, right. So we say no because we're a town department and we're just a town department. We don't have the Friends of the Library. They do their own fundraising and they help with some programs that we don't have, or they help out with story time things, and that's the kind of thing that they do. So that's where the fundraising thing comes in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So it's not something that we can do here?
I don't know. Is that something that a town department can do?
I don't know either.
I thought they could. something that we couldn't do.
Well, there are some listed at municipal that do that fundraising.
You can fundraise, yes.
Oh, okay. Is this something you want to do? Because if that's true, that's something that you want to hire to do.
Well, I guess the question is that something you want to do?
No.
Because that's,
I'm a librarian.
without joking
No, I'm not
aside, it's your
joking.
department, you're responsible for it.
All right, I'm not joking. I do not want to do that.
Okay, fine. So, but I guess, so we're clear, it is an option. There's no reason why a municipality can't fundraise for the library, or as a library. You just said so.
And does that mean that the highway crew can fundraise? Does that mean that?
I don't know that.
Well, that's what I want to know then.
I don't know that. I mean, it's on your report. I mean, it was a good question for clarification. I missed it.
And it's on this report, like I said, because lots of these
I just see lots of
libraries.
communities do it that were listed here.
Right, and are those communities all purely municipal? No. Blue Hill Library? No. Belfast? No. So a lot of the ones that you see that say yes, they fundraise, is because they're not purely municipal. They're actually mostly nonprofit, which is a whole other ballgame.
The Friends of the Library is a nonprofit, correct?
Yes.
So they augment the budget, but it doesn't feed directly into the budget. So the library benefits from the Friends of Library
Absolutely.
from a fundraising perspective, so that's great. It just doesn't necessarily go directly into like the town account as a line item for the fundraising, like it would for a nonprofit whose revenue source is fundraising. That's like their primary. So I think that's kind of, the Thompson's Free Library is probably one of the more hybrid libraries. They're governed a little differently. The town chips in like it's a little bit different.
But they do have an
Libraries.
endowment too.
Yeah, and they have an endowment, which can,
and again, that's a whole other
yeah,
ballgame.
and they can
That's
take from that as
Right.
part of their, so it's a little bit different, but I think we do fundraise for the Pittsfield Library. It's done through a nonprofit entity that kind of gives money to it, right? And that's a number, I think, Catherine, you may have provided some of the grant opportunities that the library gets to benefit from. I think that goes into the big picture of what we can offer.
Any other comments? All right, very well. We'll table to the next meeting, 11/9, did we decide? Whatever the schedule is, next budget meeting, Holly.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Right after the big election.
All right, so let's move on to general assistance. That is account number 30-05 on page 37.
Yes, so the question on general assistance, when we did a budget for the next year and last year, is there a requirement for a certain amount of money? And what the state has indicated is that we should be budgeting.
Catherine, can you wait for a second? I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
Yes, you're welcome. So for general assistance, the question on the budget, which was placed in the expenditures at the same amount and at 50% reimbursement, which we are eligible for in the revenues. So a change in the expenditures means a change in the revenues. So the question was, it was pretty quiet last year, do you need the same budget? Is there a certain amount of money that we have to budget? So what the state thing has indicated is no, there's not a certain per capita, but you should be budgeting for your community and the resources that would be needed by the community. And so while it has been quiet to now, it is not quiet anymore. And looking at the general assistance ordinance, in which there is an increase in the amounts of the heating and the unheated bedrooms and size of the amounts that people are eligible for. This has increased 48% to 65%. Food has increased 14% over the maximum. And the CMP, or the electricity, has increased 42.5%. And so we have 5 or 6 applications now, more than what we had last year, all of a sudden in a week. We also were notified by the state of Maine that families have been moved into the motel and they are eligible for general assistance from the town for a year. And there are quite a few families that have been moved in, so they have a place to live. QB Cap has run out of money and the town is now responsible. So this is not a budget that I would touch at all.
So
I think
for
it's
this
gonna be
year,
quite busy.
so year to date this year, we spent 6% of that budget.
Correct. And I
$7,025.
Yeah, I have
On a $15,000 budget.
three cremations that aren't listed there yet. And some other bills that aren't.
So are you projecting we're going to spend the whole budget? Do
I'm
we have
projecting we're
a
gonna spend-
reforecast?
I didn't forecast that we were, but my conversation with the state and the fact that we're responsible for 1 year for families that are relocated to the town because they were homeless does worry me. I would leave this alone. We've left this alone for years.
Did we spend it in 21? I don't remember.
2021.
But again, if we do run over, this is one of two areas under the state law that we can overextend, but under the town charter, we cannot. So we would have to do transfers at the end of the year, which is...
But you can do it. You can do it if you need to. Catherine, that's me that just joined Zoom. I'll be on the call. Can you let me in? Still here.
And now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to be physically there. But I'll be on the call, so I'll be hearing.
All right.
And you'll hear from me.
So any questions or comments, council? I'll get to council first, okay? Anything? Yes, Heather?
Question, is this one of the budgets where if you have unspent funds from 1 year, you can curtail them or not curtail them, you can like hold them aside for the following year because they have a specific purpose?
No, because this is like a maintenance budget, so no, it's not as though there's a specific project there. We did not complete the project, so legally, under the town charter, we can carry it forward, so no.
Okay, so the surplus funds that weren't spent or expended this year just go into the general fund?
Which then can be taken out for next year, yes.
And does that mean, is that where the transfer would come in next year if this were overextended?
If let's say we were overextended next year, we would need to transfer at the end of the year, like we have between the budgets, money from one budget that had money left over would have to be moved to the general assistance account.
So it'd be lateral within that budget of that year, not from like the general fund, like a savings account into it.
That has not happened in any town I've been in.
Okay.
But there are some towns that cut their budgets too much in general, I'm not talking about general assistance or anything, in which they run into an issue and have to take money out of unappropriated surplus during the year or near the end of the year.
Okay.
That has not happened here
Thank you.
since the 70s.
Council, anything? So we're talking account 30-05, page 37 at $15,130.
And as part of the process, for those who have not been involved, I will go through. Right now, it's hard to estimate out what is going to be expended because we don't even have 9 months worth of bills for most accounts because the different companies are running behind. So we're right on target in most of the budgets that are regular budgets. So as we get to the public hearing, I will go through every account and estimate out what will be left in the accounts. And I have that estimated out now in my budget book for each account. But it's based upon information from August, which is really June, July, and August bills. We started a lot earlier this year, and we started earlier last year, which makes it harder to estimate because you don't have 9 months worth of expenditures.
So we're expecting a surplus this year.
Yes,
on
yes.
the budget.
Yes, but what I think will happen is in 2020, obviously we had a surplus because a lot of items didn't take place. 2021, it was hard to get caught up for towns and anybody working with towns, the state and the federal government especially. So there was a surplus. We'll have less this time. There's more and more items that are going regularly now.
Yeah, I think I would like to see those numbers if I could before our 12/6 meeting, just so we can have as close to
certainly, yeah.
an idea as possible.
We're talking general assistance budget?
When you talk.
I'm talking total budget, but
Yeah.
specifically this item, yeah.
Oh, yep, yep.
And we can
Well,
all.
the struggle, right? The struggle is you want the money to be there if people need it, but you also don't want to earmark $15,000 that doesn't get used, that could go into someone else's budget that could use it.
Yeah, but we have an obligation though to do that state.
Or we don't have a minimum obligation. I want the money to be there if people are going to use it. You understand? I'm not against this, but what I'm saying is, if you earmark $15,000, if we spent that last year and the year before, which we didn't, it'd be easy to say, yeah, let's do that again. That makes sense.
So we were fortunate in those 2 years, there were programs from the state and federal government which did assist people. So we were fortunate in that case. I think this year will be probably like back in the 80s. I had 1 year that was very, very difficult. I can perceive that's what's going to happen this year because regular people are having trouble paying bills. So you have a lot of other people that are going to have trouble.
Well, with the information we have, the last year that we came close to hitting the budget was in 2019. We spent $11,868. 2020 we spent $2,350. 21 we spent $804. This year so far we spent $1,000. I'm not saying that we need to cut it in half, but I'm saying should we shave that off a little bit and then use some of that money, have that money available for another department?
Can we clarify what programs?
Yes, certainly. General assistance covers food, personal items, care for children, rental, both heated and unheated, central main power bills, and I saw a $4,000 central main power bill, but there are other programs we can refer people to, and we were able to work something out. So items such as these. So we're seeing also cremations. We've had several of those this year. I hadn't had those before. So basic necessity items: food, electricity, rental,
Heating.
Yeah. Heating's going to be a big one. I was shocked that we got our bill for the municipal building. I was hoping things were going to go down, but it went up.
So that's for citizens and non-citizens alike?
It's citizens, and once somebody has moved into the community, they're now our citizen. And we have a lot of new citizens at the motel.
Thanks. I was just curious, other than 2019, what did we look at like 2018 and 2017? Because we have to remember that 2020 and 2021, there was so much federal money going into people's homes, there was no need to ask for general assistance. So we can't base it off of those 2 years. And I know this year it's under, but there was still a lot of leftover stuff in 2022. I mean, was it this year? Yeah, this year we got $850 from the state government in a surplus of taxes. So there wasn't as, I think next year's going to be bad. I'm really concerned for our seniors in this community watching these prices continue to rise, and I would caution you not to lower that. I don't have that final
Do we
say.
have the numbers for those previous years?
I have all the numbers for the previous years, but not here.
Okay, why don't we do this? Excellent point, Amanda, thank you.
It is.
Why don't we do this? If you can bring those numbers to the next one, we can table this. Because if we do need to do an increase,
Can you say that again?
we table this one,
Bring the popcorn next time. Bring sandwiches.
What do you mean? We don't have all the information we need to make a decision? Is that what you're saying?
Coffee.
I would agree with you.
the last 2 years, no. Based on the last 2 years, no. And if you guys, that's why I ask citizens and non-citizens alike. If you look at the news, we don't know what's going to happen. We haven't seen the end of this tsunami from the last 2 years. Places like us, we're just starting to get the tip of the wave.
And even more so that being in the energy world, that's a major concern.
It's scary.
That is going to be a
I should also note, in the past years, I also have a fund that the churches have donated to for the elderly. Instead of having people go to the churches like they used to, the churches would donate the money to the town. So we use that heavily for the seniors, so we didn't have to make them go through a general assistance application, which takes a long time, and some people are embarrassed to do that. So we utilize that fund. So I'll bring that information to you.
So just for my own clarity, not to drag this on, because I know we're going to table it, but I think Heather already asked the question. I want to make sure I understand. If we budget $5,000, but we get $15,000 with requests, we can pull out of the general fund to back that up, to fund that?
We would utilize money from another budget that did not utilize its funds at the end of the year. We have a transfer system, which has helped us to keep the budgets down overall. So we would transfer, let's say, for Donnie transfer station, usually we get money out of that budget because it's the largest budget. So we would transfer, let's say, $5,000 if we needed it from transfer station, and they actually are going to have the money left over into general assistance to cover it.
Understood.
I do think whether we would need 15,000, I do think we're going to need a lot of money. So this is going to be interesting.
So what do you mean by law? 115?
Oh no, I'm saying maybe it should be 13,000. I would leave it as it is. I think it's going to be a difficult year.
Yeah, the instability of what's happening in the economy and people moving around. So the suggestion is to table, Pete, what do you say? Table for the next meeting?
I guess so. Why not?
So the first two line items.
Everything else.
Do you understand why we're tabling it, though?
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Jason? Eric?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's move on for streetlights. And I haven't looked up that.
You got it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry? Oh, Lindsay, I am sorry. Can you hear me? So the motion was to table this item for the general assistance. We want to look at the years prior to 2020 to see more of an actual trend.
Yep, I got it. That sounds great.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move on to streetlights.
Page 26.
Street lighting, there we go. Street lighting account 05-20, page 26.
I have a question on this. Obviously, the majority of the budget is electricity. Are there grants available or things we can go after to update our system to LED lights instead of old school?
Part of the PPI. Is that being included in PPI?
It could be, yes, for the downtown area. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
just
think it
downtown.
would be.
Well, we get to define what's downtown, right?
Correct. And
Yeah.
downtown is a very large area.
Well, we've already defined that, right?
Yes, which is a pretty good area.
Right, but, well, yeah, so we'll cover those ones, I guess.
Which is quite a bit. So that's good. So I have been talking to Central Maine Power about the streetlights and changing over to LEDs and everything. So we're collecting information on that.
Okay.
And I have an RFP that towns put out down in Southern Maine.
Right.
But that would likely be like an addition or something.
Yes,
not
yes.
a budget.
That's why I'm collecting up the information along with those
Capital
RFPs.
improvement type thing.
Yeah, we'd see a huge savings with the LED or something a little bit more efficient.
Yeah.
So what are the numbers compared to prior, Catherine? What am I?
All right, so for streetlights, let's pull this
So we have the
one.
two sections, 1535 and the 3005.
Yes, so we have in the streetlights dealing with the traffic lights, which were already with the recent bill, but it did fix the whole downtown area and those antique lights that we have for signals. We're already over budget there with the bill that just came in, but it's finally fixed. Instead of having lights that are dead, that are not blinking appropriately, because others couldn't fix them. And so the streetlights are pretty much on target. This is an account that can be very, very close to being over at the end of the year or a little bit under. We have had to do transfers into streetlights before over the years.
So where are we from previous budget?
So from the,
Up $8,000
pardon me?
from last year to this year. Is that what you're asking?
4% gain.
Yeah. Is this the same amount from last year's budget?
All right, let me
No.
pull that out here.
It shows a 4% adder.
Yeah. 4% adder on the
All right,
electricity. side, right?
streetlights, we have 12.7% increase for the overall streetlights from 63,896 to 72,030 based upon the trends and the fact that we would need more funding for the signal lights. That's for both accounts.
So the 72,030 is a 12.7% increase from last year.
Correct.
Okay.
Not only are the bills going up, because we cannot put this into the main power options. It stands alone with whatever increases are the standard.
Yep.
Why is that?
It's a requirement of the, I think it probably goes back to the PUC. There's certain items like the library is such a large account, we're not allowed to put it into main power options. We have contracts for, I would say 20, I think it's 23 of our street lights are under the main power options. The rest are larger ones, like the building here is larger, the library is larger, the water pump, I wish we could have that under main power options, but it's so large you can't put it in, and street lights are the same.
All right. Let's go around the table here. Pete. 72,030, you good with that?
Yep.
Lindsay?
Yep,
Good with 72,030?
yep.
Very good. Jason?
Yeah.
Eric?
Yep.
Craig?
Yes.
As am I.
Going done.
All right. No one said table.
Doing it.
Okay, we've got enough traction out of that, okay? Public Works, Highway.
Page 28. So this budget has an increase of 37,862 or 4.4%.
Where is it? Highway?
Page 26.
Yeah, let's do the math for the 5 down to 3% though.
Yes, correct.
Here's my calculator. So you use 5% across the board
Yes,
for 105?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, correct.
Are some of these the ones that we're not going to, that are like the 8%?
No, that would be in recycling transfer station.
We're just talking about the 8%.
I said last week.
Is anyone else doing the math? Check me on this. I got 262, 913.
375. So it's just, 268. It's 262, 914.
Yep. Okay, so first line item 0105 is down to 262, 913, 914 rather. Okay, so that would be 262.
$5,105. $51,05, yep.
Eight, 9, 7, 029.
Yep.
So this one, Donnie, what's your major increases on this? What do you,
Really, basically, a little bit contractual for snowplow.
can you speak up? I can hear you.
Contractual for the snowplowing, basically, is a little bit of a raise for my employees, with the 3%, basically kind of keeping.
So what line are we talking, 2505?
Yeah. 2505, yeah, contractual. Yep.
So you're talking, that 104, 700?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So how much of an increase did you have on that?
For my snowplowing was, last year, it went up 10%, so.
10%?
Last year. And this is where you really, I think that you're at crossroads. You as a council need to figure out, or tell me what direction this council wants to go with. You're in dire needs of equipment to be able to do plowing and sanding. And I remember a couple of years ago, we were going to borrow a couple $1 million, $1 million for the roads, plus another $1 million for a fire truck, dump truck, and a ton truck for the public works departments. All that other stuff got axed because of the $1 million for roads. So we're kind of at a crossroads. We're doing 2 routes, and S&G is doing 3. And at this point, we need to make a decision. Is S&G actually going to get done doing the plowing, or what is going to behoove us to be more efficient and more cost effective for the town? At this point, you're going to have to spend money in capital equipment, or we need to figure out where we're going to go for plowing and sanding the roads. It's pretty simple. For years, Stanley's been really good to the town. He's been about 35% less than most average state people plow and sand. If Stanley's just doing the plowing, we still have a crew that sands. So we sand all roofs, and we plow 2. He plows 3 of our roofs. So if he's going to get out of the business, there aren't very many people in the business of snowplowing. And if we're going to do the snowplowing, right now state average is about $4,000 a mile. I do a little bit. It's going to cost us about $5,000 a mile to do it ourselves. We're going to need the equipment to do it. We are getting the crew and manpower and ability to do that, but we need to change gears. We need to figure out, or you guys need to tell me the direction you want to go. So I do my analysis for you on what's going to best serve the town. Because we've got a dump truck wheeler that hauls around the excavator and trailer that broke down right now. We had all we could do to get parts for it. Things rusted out. We probably shouldn't have taken the sticker. And we're putting that out on icy condition roads, sanding roads. You're buying the time for safety of my crew, for safety of other people that are on the road. If Eric's wife's on the road coming down the Higgins Road, kids in the vehicle. I don't want to be the one that's sitting on the hot seat when mechanical defect on the truck that we had on the road.
So Donnie, I'm gonna stop you there. So I need to make a comment on something you said already 3 times. You need to tell us where you need to go, because you're the expert. We don't know what the.
I'm not an expert, but I know that
you're getting paid as the expert. Anyone in this town knows what needs to be done. It's you.
Yes.
So I mean, we'll do what you, as the public works director, request the town council to do. I mean, we don't know if it's liable to take over everything and get into a snow plowing thing. I don't think we approached it right the first time when we started taking more of that, honestly.
No.
But like you said, the budget's going to reflect that a heck of a lot differently. I mean, are there other places that can snowplow? I don't know that. Maybe other councils do, but I don't know that. I mean, so we're going to have to go with your direction.
Yeah.
So taking that, your comment on that, how is that?
Does
that affect the budget here? What are you talking about?
Well, we're lucky if we're gonna make it the year with some of the equipment that we got. We've got a dump truck that needs to be replaced. Can I make it with this budget?
Okay, so does the budget you work on reflect that?
This part of it does, the operational budget, yes.
Okay.
I'm talking about capital things that are coming down the road.
Well, that's a different budget. That's a capital budget. We're talking about your operational budget right here.
Correct. And you put, it's just like anything else with capital budgets, whether it's public works or whether it's transfer station, you put $5,000 away and you've got $60,000 or $70,000 and you've got two compactors that are 30 years old. You've got a dump truck that's 30 years old and can't get parts for. You're not talking about $10,000 or $12,000 a year. You're talking about 30 years to save that money. We need the trucks now. You can't wait 30 years.
Right, but Donnie, again, that's your capital budget. We're talking about your operational budget. Let's focus on what we need to get done tonight. The capital budget's gonna be a whole separate section.
I think I understand what you're saying though, is if we make a decision that we are going to start taking on more of the responsibility of paving, and we're going to have to seek capital budget, it's also going to impact his operational budget because he's going to have man hours, he's going to have overtime, he's going to have additional benefits.
But for this coming year, we already know what it's going to be. We know that S&G's doing those 3 routes, right? Didn't we? We voted on that.
The contracted for the year for those 3 routes.
So this operational budget reflects what we know from now until the end of next year.
Right. So we don't have to make
So
a decision on it.
anything else that we talk about, what the future's gonna hold, that's fine, that's for the future, but to deal with this operational budget, that's why the capital budget is a totally different animal, for that very reason.
Then we can decide whether we're going to be in the plowing business or not, but not tonight. Yeah, we don't need to
The problem with it is if one of those trucks go down that I can't sand, we're gonna have to hire somebody to come out and sand that road. We're gonna have to have somebody take another route.
Well, that's a risk we take every year we come up with this budget though, Don.
Correct.
So operationally, expecting the best, hoping for the best.
Right.
Are you satisfied with this budget?
That's what I put.
Well, no, that's not what I'm asking you. Did you put in the right numbers for your sand and salt? Are you accounting for electricity? Are you accounting for your fuel? Are you accounting for the contract that S&G has for the 3 roads?
Right.
So you're covered with this. If nothing major, unaccounted for, anything else that we can't account for, this will work for you.
That's correct.
Okay, I just asked a quick question. How much did you account for increase?
Like everything else. We account for fuel at an average price that we're getting it, and if it goes up to $8 a gallon, we're gonna pay $8 a gallon. There's nothing that we're gonna do about it.
So you got a total of 21,000 in there. What was it last year?
It was just about 21,000. And that's based on the number of miles that we're running, the diesel trucks, what we have, the capacity of tanks, the mileage. We did a lot of work this year, so yeah, and it's.
So last year's budget is 21,000. This year's budget is 21,000.
That's correct.
So how did you look on last year's budget on those 2 items, on the gas and diesel?
Well, diesel isn't it 25,000?
So we're over by 5,000.
Correct.
And
Diesel on line 1020 is 14,000.
You're looking at motor vehicles.
Oh, 14. Yeah, I mean, you're already.
The burn on diesel is 130% of the budget.
Yeah, you're at 22,000 already.
The gas is right on, pretty much, but a little over.
So this 21,000, no increase from last year, is not accounting for the increased costs.
No.
Well, Donnie, you just told me that this budget's going to satisfy you for the year. It's not. What's the real number that you need in fuel there? We're trying to give you what you need, but you need to give us real numbers. You need to tell us, well, it's going to cost us $30,000 for diesel and fuel, and so be it. We have to budget. We can't leave trucks not working. But if you tell me it's going to be 21,000, we're end up another 30-40% over this time next year, then it wasn't budgeted properly.
So I can tell you that diesel fuel today versus budget close last year is 100%.
Right now.
Right now.
So we still have another 2 months.
It's 100% up before compared to when this budget was being done last year. diesel fuel spiked the end of November last year.
Yep.
So that's a big concern because I just wanted to make sure that you're protected on that, on the upside on that.
So when you go over on your fuel, where does that money come from? Do you take it out of something else here? Careful, where's that money go? Where's that money come from?
You would not spend as much on supplies, for example. You would not buy.
Okay, so some other line item suffers.
Yes, that would.
So yeah, we need to count for that. I mean, if you guys are using $28,000 of fuel, we got to give you $28,000 of your budget so that you don't not have the other supplies that you need. I mean, based on the assumption that everything you put on there in the line item is real stuff that you guys need to do the job efficiently and safely, and for 365 days a year. But if you don't put enough in for fuel, I'm not chastising you all. I just need to know we have to have a better number than that to work with because you're shorting yourself on that.
So,
Yeah,
if you run it out, $2,500 a month for diesel. It's $25,840 to run it out for the rest of the year. Is what we're going to spend this year. So, I think to Craig's point, if we carry $28,000 for diesel, I don't think that's out of line.
I don't think it is.
Well, now, if you project it out, it's right.
28 for fuel, gasoline, and diesel, or just diesel?
Just diesel.
Just diesel.
Just diesel,
Gasoline.
28,000.
Yeah.
So we're gonna double that.
Yep. If you want a real number.
If you want
That, well, no, I'm asking 'cause I don't know.
yeah, so if you want it right.
That's what you
I
think.
think you have to.
So let's put in 28,000 for the diesel on line 1020. Right?
Yep.
I know that's gonna be the biggest. Any,
Gas for
how about on your gasoline?
Gasoline, you're up about 70% year over year.
Yeah.
So he's on target. Well, he's a little over target this year. So I would say 7.
This is through September, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
and that
yes.
is through September.
This one? Which one are you looking
Yes,
at?
yes, that's through
Why
September.
don't you just
And the
give-
diesel and gasoline are
August
all
here.
up to date. for September.
It's September one.
I got September.
She gave us this today.
So the one, the budget sheet. Well, that was August, so the same thing.
Right.
The gasoline's only, it's, yeah, you have $227 remaining in your budget. Sound right? But that's.
What are you looking for average per month? You just
About $700 a month. Should be
$700
around
a month?
Should be around $8,400.
I think it's a little more than
Am
that.
I right?
So six.
700 a month. Let's
Might
see.
be wrong.
7, 3, divided by 9 equals. Yeah, you're right. $8,400.
8,400?
That
So
is-
the line item 1015 gasoline changed from 7 to 8,400.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mike, I have a question when you guys have a second.
Yep, go ahead, Lindsay. Jump in anytime, please.
So, and I might have missed this because I'm listening, but sometimes it's spotty. The custom budget report that we have here that says on year to date usage, that is on 22, not 21, correct?
All right, so the custom budget landscape one goes up to 2021. And so what you would be utilizing for 2022 would be your September expense summary report, which I placed on the table this evening, having reconciled it.
Okay, I got that one too. Just something I noticed under Public Works, under overtime, Donnie. It looks like when you budgeted this 15,000 for this coming year, but it looks like every year that's way more.
It usually is, that's correct, during the winter months.
15,000 of life.
Part-time hiring or for to offset that to not pay overtime, or does he just pay our full overtime as a standard?
Hold on, people. Lindsay, go ahead and repeat that, would you please?
Yeah, under overtime, just seeing that we have $15,000 for next year's budget, but if we look at the last few years, it looks like we've gone way over that. My question was, do we hire seasonal per diem or part-time people to cover those hours versus paying a time and a half, or is that not what we've done historically?
No, historically, we just use our full-time employees and use them to our advantage. I do have a part-time in my budget for smaller projects.
Are you staffed better this year than previous years?
I just hired 2 new ones, we're gonna be fully staffed in 2 weeks, so, yes, we're gonna be fully staffed, hopefully.
No, I can't hear him, I'm sorry. He's gonna-
Yeah, we're fully staffed, we have 1 part-time employee. We've tried the seasonal thing at different points in time. We actually talked about it for if we didn't have people to plow this year. I've approached a couple of private contractors about, rather than them getting laid off in construction, come and work for us and just pay them more per hour with no benefits. But we are fully staffed. I just hired 2 new employees. So in 2 weeks, we should be fully staffed.
So, Donnie, how long have you been on running Public Works here? Year?
Not quite a year.
Okay. So I don't think, personally, I don't think the personnel was used as efficiently as possible prior. So I think you got to see a significant difference.
And the staffing levels are correct, but
Staffing levels will be
Yeah, because specifically the overtime, that means they didn't have enough people.
right. Did you see the significant increase in the standard in the regular hour budget? Should hopefully,
Yeah,
correct.
make
That's
sure
why we
we'll
did that.
not go overtime.
Yeah, that staffing to reduce overtime.
because that was always an issue prior.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I have one more question for Donnie on this budget, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Under your, who does the, like, do you guys pay hourly employees to remove snow from, like, walkways, public buildings, all that stuff? Is that contracted out, or is that our people that do that work?
That is everything that we have done in the past. We don't contract it out, and that's where we did a lot of the overtime, is because now that we're plowing roads, that hauling the snow has to be done at nighttime so people can park. We do all of our own properties.
Okay. Thank you.
So what we have now, first line is down to 262,914. We've got line 10-15, we increased from 7,000 to 8,400. Line at 1020, diesel increased from 14,000 to 28,000. So I haven't done the bottom line figure yet. I'm looking at 912,429.
Yep. You got it.
Thank you for that. So, given the 5% down to 3 for the COLA on the personnel, gasoline increased $1,400, diesel increased $14,000, more in line with what Public Works actually experiences. So the bottom line, with the negative and the positives, increased from 902,134 to 912,429. That's a painful amount to deal with, but it's more of a realistic number. So that's what I've got so far. Yes, Amanda.
I just had one question. How many hours a week is Donnie putting in as the director of this, as opposed to what he's doing for the transfer station? Because if you look at what minimum wage is going up to in January, as much as we don't want to see that increase because of how it impacts everybody, including our goods, he would only be able to make minimum wage in that role 13.69 hours a week. And that's to make minimum wage, because it says it's $9,882.
Well, that's just a portion that pays.
I understand that, but I'm wondering, does that accurately reflect the portion, or should some be moved from the transfer station into this?
Donnie, how do you charge your time?
I charge it what
What your actual time, you don't split it half or a third, 2/3?
Well, if you you wanted to do that, it'd be a lot.
Well, no, I'm asking you.
No,
How do you do
usually
it?
I'm writing it down, I write the number of hours on my time card that I've worked overtime or whatever I'm doing, and I put the number of hours I'm doing as public works. And
So you're charging actual. So you're charging actual. Some weeks might be more, some weeks might be less. Okay.
So what has happened, we talked about if Donnie did both of these jobs, it was going to end up being overtime unless we made it a salary position and upped it and everything. So the overtime has been figured that 70% of his time of overtime is at the highway and 30% goes to the transfer station.
But he just said that his time is on a per hour basis. It may not be 70/30.
We had to do an average to charge out the overtime, so we went over this, and at least effective until now, 70% has been highway, 30% has been recycling.
So
Based upon the averages of what was taking place.
but he's getting paid hourly basis, whatever that is, per week.
Yes.
On his regular rates, but the overtime is just allocated 70/30.
At overtime, yes. And the other way is to divide up the budget differently, which we did talk about after a year we might want to do, but this seems to be working.
Did you get your question answered? I don't know if it did or not.
No, I don't think so. It's more just trying to understand, it's the same money, right? But if he's spending more than 13 hours a week in that position for these hours, he's only making minimum wage, which should a director be making minimum wage?
But he's also
It's
got time charged
It's
in
charged under.
overtime.
You can't look at this as a singular position
So
because he
it's
has.
in the overtime budget then, is
Yeah,
where your stuff is money in
So
the
it's not
overtime
minimum
budget
wage,
for
if it's
him.
going out, it's going out as overtime, so I'm gonna be making overtime at time and a half, so that's not really true.
Okay, that's what I was trying to
If you look at him just as a public works director, you're right.
Right.
But he isn't. He has.
Oh, no, I know that, I didn't know if we were charging to the transfer station too much and not charging this one enough, so you take some of this out.
Well, that may be the average they came up with, is 70/30 on the overtime, and he does his actual hours as they happen.
That's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah, okay. I guess I didn't understand your Mr. Hall.
It's just a small thing. Catherine, your fringe benefit, your FICA, your Medicare, unemployment, is that based on just a full-time employee, or is that based on the wage rates? Because that would fluctuate based on the changes you're talking about.
It's on the wage rate, so the total, let's say the total is 200,000, you multiply it.
Right, so the numbers you're coming up with might be, they'll have to be tweaked a little bit more on the adjustments to FICA and Medicare and stuff.
Yes, we talked about, yes, all the FICAs are going to be changed.
Okay, I was just making sure.
So Donnie, line 1505,
Yeah, we're
motor
getting
vehicle
the
maintenance.
parts.
Yeah.
So this year already you spent 20, almost 26,000 already, and you're carrying 25 for next year total budget. I mean, labor's going up, subcontractors are going up.
Try to find parts, yeah, and that's the other thing.
So is that-
Motor vehicle maintenance will go up based on our use of our vehicles. It's the same way with maintenance on a contractor transfer station, everything goes up. But yes,
I mean, your actuals, you're already over.
yes,
Yeah.
I am this year. Yep, we've had a lot of breakdowns, we're gonna pay a lot more for parts. I don't know where that's gonna go either.
And that's gonna get
better,
better.
gonna get worse.
It's all gonna get better for sure. I mean, Canada Barrow's probably 125, 150 bucks an hour to show up if they need to work on something.
And there's gonna be, that's what I'm saying, at a certain point, I'm gonna come to you, and I don't want to do that and say, you know, do we wanna spend $22,000 in a 30-year-old truck? It's not on the road, or do we?
Right.
That's something.
If you project out that line item, it really should be like 34.7 here.
Talking 1505?
Motor vehicle maintenance.
Catherine.
Yeah, Mike, I just worry about if he's gonna run old iron, like we are, we are this year, for part of the year anyway. If you've already spent 26, you're definitely gonna spend more than 25.
What are the qualifications for capital expenditure for repairs?
$5,000 or more.
So anything more than 5,000.
Yeah.
Eric,
Usually the items are
anything more than
higher.
$5,000 goes capital expenditure.
Right.
For
If we're
repairs.
just doing it in the budget.
Okay.
So do you do that? So
Just appreciate it.
there's no additional qualifications like has to extend life or alter use in any way? It's just,
Well, it has to be capital, so it's going to, last for 5 years. There's 3 items that are listed, so the capital items are true capital items, they're not maintenance items, for example.
So where were you on that line item the last few years? Do you have those numbers?
So I was trying to find your.
All right, that would be in the custom budget report. I don't know the form.
I do know I know 2 years ago, we did up that
What is it?
to
It's
25,000. I think we were normally at 15 when she was here, up to 25.
So motor vehicle, 2019 was 36,528. 2020 was 19,938. 2021 was 33,373. This is always fluctuated, so that it could be high for a couple of years, and it's lower, then it's higher.
I don't.
Depends on the vehicle.
So when we had the time where the line item, let's say back in 2019, almost $37,000, I'm pretty sure it wasn't budgeted for $37,000.
Correct.
Where did that extra money come from? Was it another raw fuel to pay Paul?
You would basically be careful on your expenditures on what you purchase. You would purchase less items.
Can you repeat that, please? I didn't understand what you
Yes,
said.
so let's say you had, you might buy less salt, that has happened before, but it's lucked out that we needed.
So it's kept within the same budget?
Yes, you keep it within the same budget. The person that we had in the position did overspend the budget once, and we had to transfer money from Donnie's account, transfer station. But normally, everything has stayed within the highway budget each year.
So Don, what's your confidence of that line item, 1505 or 25 grand, knowing the equipment that you have covered? Is there anything that you know, okay, there's a well that's cracking or there's something dragging on the road? I mean, all of it's
I'll be
unanticipated, of
honest
course.
with you, we got a pickup that's, Dave, one of our new guys hired, did a lot of body work too, that's extended it for a couple of years. The Chevy pickup before the time. That wheeler could be sanding the road this year, could crack the frame, could be off the road. It's bad. I mean, we're sanding with stuff with salt. I mean, look at some of these vehicles and
I mean, that's a given, and we can have that conversation anytime, but is there anything specific on that equipment that you're aware of that you're concerned about?
yeah, we're gonna have issues. It's just the way it is. You got frame issues, part issues, that wheel are part issues. It may get to the point we can't get a part for it. We just waited 4.5 weeks, and we can't haul an excavator. We have to hire somebody to haul the excavator. I just don't know the parts. When something's a 1998, and then you got a 1984, we had a tank rush through, a fuel tank. Took us 3 months to find a fuel tank.
So not to get
That
into the
could
capital.
happen. I mean, they're on the road.
Hold on one second. Yeah, hold on a second, Don. Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
so not to get into the capital, but for 2 years, and maybe a third year, vehicles were placed in the capital budget, but the town council chose not to go forward with that because they concentrated on the paving. So there are, on the capital improvement plan, approvals for vehicles that have not gone through lease purchase or loan. So vehicles have been requested but not approved.
Okay. Yeah.
Where he's going is we're gonna have to get one.
No, I know. That's the same every year, I understand. I'm just trying to look to get to the end of 2023 with his budget.
Yes, I understand.
So, council, any Any questions or comments above and beyond what we've already talked about? I know we're talking about this line item, 25,000. What are your thoughts?
Needs to be increased.
I mean, average shop hours, $120 right now. For a diesel mechanic, we're sending that out, right?
Well, and you've got some unique individuals that have some unique talents that do a lot. And just mind you that there's a, and I'm not just saying this through my budget, but I'm saying this through everybody else's budget. You know, the last 3.5 months, I'm running around with my pickup, my own fuel. It's because you've got guys that gotta go do jobs out of the way. You've got 2 trucks for them to get around to do jobs in. You've got 4 employees or 5 employees. So we got unique situations that we're doing.
So the last 3 years, 19, 20, and 21, it's an average of $29,946. We're at 25. Likely, we're going to be probably doing the same thing that they did the previous years, but given the increases, we're already at 10,000 above his asking from previous year, knowing that that line item is, other than the 1 year, the last 4 or 5 has been under budget. I suggest we move that up to 30,000.
Yep. I mean,
The only way we can put in a budget and not worry about anything at all breaking is if we cover the cost of entire new vehicles. If we could do that, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So we got to kind of balance. It's kind of like an insurance policy. Hold on a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Just bottom line of the department total, how have we trended over the last couple of years?
So if we had
lines also might trend over, while others obviously have somewhat trended under, because we haven't exceeded the overall budget.
Do we have that, the total budget on that line item? Remember what you had last year, total?
Regular operating budget, like
Yeah.
860. It's still, I cut, I think, $104,000 something dollars. That was a little.
So last year's budget was 860 and it's at 902. We're going to go up to 912.
Yeah.
Going to go
I
up
think it
50
was
grand.
around 860.
Yeah, 917.
And it's been the same way. I mean, some of them I remember way back in 2002, I took over the transfer station. We were at $670,000 between 2 of them. I cut $274,000 of pork. So we're still operating at the transfer station less than we were in 2002. But we get it done. It's not like we're struggling.
So
we get several years, Catherine?
Yes, so for 2019, the highway budget was the actuals, let's go with those, $625,046. 2020 spent $630,629. 2021 spent $768,473.
So if you look at those 3 line items that are down is
Open positions.
Open positions, expenses, which runs right with your healthcare expenses, your perks, and then contracts. So,
theoretically,
a little snow year, whatever, less plows.
But theoretically, you're contracted to make up for the shortage in services too, or add overtime. So,
But you're short on both, so it's contracts and labor. Everything else is trending.
So with a full complement of people, though, that may be a wash, hopefully.
No,
So
there's no hopefully. I mean, look at this year. We had 4.5, 5 people who only had 4-man crew.
I know. I'm not talking about.
It should.
We're talking the same thing. I'm just saying that in case anything significant happens, hopefully we're not going to have a lot of overtime. But we should have a lot of overtime because we have the full complement of people, and I have greater faith in your ability to schedule efficiently than prior. So right now, we're at 917,429.
That was increasing 1505 to what?
So we have, I'll go down the lines,
Line 0105 decreased from 268.19 to 262.914. Line 1015 gasoline increased from 7,000 to 8,400. Line 1020 increased from 14,000 to 28,000. And line 1505 increased from 20. The suggestions increased from 25 to 30. 30,000 being average for the last 3 years. Any feedback, councilors?
What's the year increase, 180 grand?
Pete, what do you think?
Good.
917, 429 with those changes?
I'm not good, but I have to be good.
Well, we're not done going down through them either.
Well, that's why I'm asking for feedback from you folks.
Well, you
So other line items you want to look at?
What do you use the engineering budget for specifically?
When we're dealing with like bridge stuff, bridge work, stuff that's state mandated roads and stuff that we're looking at. Yeah, it's, I mean, most towns have, we hire it as we need it, most towns have a town engineer that hire X amount per year to be on call on staff, so.
Yep.
At the culvert project, we're gonna be doing on Statsburg Street, it's nice to have some engineering consulting on something that we're not gonna do. The bridge on Concord Brook. You get a report that something needs to be done with it, so engineering wise, I'm not an engineer, so we're gonna need help. That maybe just do an RF, help us with the urban and RFP, so that we don't get ourselves in trouble, we can put it out there.
Speaking of which, you can make adjustments on the road work contract, as Andy had mentioned before, with the shoulder zone and Spring Road.
He wasn't in here. But
No, that's,
I'm not, oh, you weren't in here when he mentioned
I
that?
had waited in here for that comment.
he's talking about that little bit, he's talking about the sod on the side of the road or whatever.
Peeling it back.
Well, he was sharing the fact he spoke with a super
It's
for,
already matched into the pavement.
Is that part of the contracts that we did, or is that additional?
No, that we added material from the millings and stuff. And some of the concerns I've been out on and complaints is people just have to understand that when we're doing this work, you're not fine grading roads until the day before they're doing paving. I've got people saying, oh, the slopes ain't right and this is wrong. Well, give them time to do the job before you start. You're not going to
Well,
the shoulder stuff is going to, it's not part of the contract. No, that's something.
That's my point.
Yeah, we're going to come in and we're going to actually do our fine grade because we're going to be, we're
Right,
responsible.
okay, to finish my point though, that's something we should have adjusted the next time we use that RFP.
That has nothing to do
It needs to be in the contract, so.
The problem when you do that is you're going to add cost to your paving contract because they're not going to do that. They're going to bring.
But it's cost to them to do it, or it's cost for us to go back and do it.
And I think we do it cheaper because they're going to hire a general contractor, police sergeant, and somebody to come in and do the earthwork.
Okay, so if your intention is to keep that out of the contract, because we would do it cheaper,
That's
okay,
that's
let's
planned.
move on. So let's get back to the operational budget here.
We just need to make a note of that though, so that when we're budgeting for our roads next year, we add that to the end of the
You
contract.
need to put it in the contract, put it in the RFP, go in the Oprah right now, make a note right on the document itself.
Anything that you see that you want to adjust it, like I had a couple people say, well, they got millings and you have a couple of low spots on the mountain road. My guys, it's cheaper for us to do that than have them again to hire somebody else that's going to do it. They're going to charge them back.
Okay, let's get back to the budget here. Did you have anything else you wanted to go over, Jason?
Donnie, you've used 200% of the equipment purchase line item. What did we purchase this year?
We've done.
You're at like 14 grand, 13.5.
Yeah, we bought a couple new chainsaws. We bought a pavement saw that got burned up. We've never done that. We've hired that out to have somebody come and chop our pavement. And,
Okay.
Just be becoming more equipment so we'd be self-sufficient.
So you think the 7 grand? Since you'd be fine with that?
Yeah, one of the things we're trying to do it piecemeal a little bit. One of the things I just purchased is a little sander to go on our Raptor Newsom to do some of the sidewalks. We've never done that before. That's an added thing that's going to come out of the benefit out of what we're doing. So Yeah, that'll be plenty.
No, you just, yeah, you're at 200% through September, so.
And one of those things too is it's been multiple years that something's been over, so we haven't been able to do equipment purchasing. We've had some, and some of that was based on safety. Like a couple of the chainsaws, they should have been sort of pitched in the garbage about 2 years ago. So, yeah. So sometimes, again, we have to modify a little bit between line items to Rob, Peter to pay Paul. But this is the year that we needed to get rid of them before somebody got
You started to put together like the rotation or replacement. You start
for equipment.
You start to build that up.
Yeah, I'm starting to do that analysis. Yeah, I got to do all different things because it's got to the point where
Every 5 years, buy a chainsaw, or whatever it is.
same way we should be like compacted. Anything that we're using, we should be like
2,000?
I was looking at that.
What is it?
I was looking at heating, but
Heating's at 150%.
they've already used 12 grand through this year.
What's our primary?
And all they've got is 12 grand budgeted for next year. If you do it out, it should be 16, but I don't know if they'll be able to do that for every single. I mean, we know heating's going to go up even more.
Donnie, would you, this line item for heating, 12,000, do you use the same number from last year, or are you accounting for what's already been used to date?
Well, to be real honest with you, I want to keep the same. Some of the things that I've noticed for efficiency, when you got 4 big 12-foot doors, and it's the winter time, you see people come and you got a van door, and they open a big door and walk through it and shut the big overhead door. And when the boilers are running at 120% to reheat that whole building, I'm hoping to do some efficiencies, so we're going to keep that in check, especially with some of the pricing I'm hearing that it could get this winter. I'll be honest, it's employees being responsible. Same way if you go on a fire call out here and it gets cold upstairs, well, they go out, somebody forgets to shut that door and it's 8 below, and that wind's blowing up in this building and that boiler downstairs cranking, it's going through 80 gallons of oil to try to catch up.
So you think you can hold with efficiencies?
I'm going to try to hold with efficiencies.
He did increase it by 4 grand.
I did increase it some, yes.
So,
But I just, there's certain little things that need to, again, it's noticing and people being responsible.
yeah.
And that kind of, the comment I said before, prior wasn't as efficient as it could have been.
Yes.
All right. So back on the engineering, what do you? I mean, you put 15,000 here. You used not much of that.
No.
Are you projecting using more next year?
Yeah, we've got the Crawford Road Bridge and we've got the couple.
You think you're gonna use all that
I think we're
15
going to use 3.
Okay.
Again, I hate to put something in,
No.
like I said, if we don't need it, but I think this upcoming year, we still got the Main Street thing going on too. So
Right. I just want to make sure if we go down through this and say, oh, we use 150% of it, also we ought to look at the things and say you only use 30% of it, right? Just make sure that we don't just add every time we see it's over 100 and not subtract when it's.
And I'll be honest with you, it's been common practice on one of them that, you say, well, you get the thing with your budget goals is hold the line and saying, well, I hope that I can hold my cleaning supplies this year and I don't have any big messes, and then if something else happens to go up, and one of the things that I don't like is I do a line on their budget, I do go by line items, and there are other places where they say, well, as long as we hold the bottom line. To me, that's not right. If you're saying you need $8,000 worth of something, you shouldn't be using $8,000. It's tough, and again, we've had budget years where we do great. We do over. And I'll be honest with you, what you see right here, we've got to get the winter sand in there for our supplies. We're in good shape. If we have a bad year, we're going to lose that amount. Maybe next year I'm not going to need that amount for my winter sand. I've stockpiled it. You guys have allowed me to stockpile, so I can say we don't need it. I won't know that until we go through this one. I'll give some other
Mike? Yeah, I heard you right earlier when you gave those numbers, looking at the budgets from prior years. Traditionally, in the last at least 3 or 4 years, we've underspent our budget year over year in the department. And I think, just keep that in mind when we're looking at the lines that are running over, that there's obviously a number of lines obviously running under.
Right.
And I think, yeah, we're staffed up fully, but should collectively be the same amount of hours. Those hours came from either overtime hours or contractual hours that will now be shifted to base hours.
Right.
And there's going to be some that will be risk items, but just keep that as something to keep in mind, right?
Yeah. Well, to that point, if you look at 1005 general supplies, they're only at 47% for the year.
Oh, wait. Remember, we got all of these roads coming up. I'm gonna get a lot of gravel. We've been putting a lot of gravel and stuff out. So it doesn't show true figures until probably Jason November or so, because I've got.
Are you buying that new gravel?
Yeah.
Or that's not gravel we already have bought from
That
somewhere?
we're already using, and then we got to restock now because we still got more to do. But I've ordered it from Snowman's, and depending on when they was deliver the gravel is when we'll get it. So I better be able to tell you that. If you look at the end of November and say you have a better figure on that number.
Okay.
And we've been very fortunate because we got almost 1,200 yards of millings that used to go back to the paver. And I did paving before, so we got 1,200 yards of material that we can use as well. So let's save us a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So you anticipate to use that full 15,000, Mary?
But I think the couple of projects we got coming up, like I said, the brick
Okay.
project,
All right.
I think that's going to be pretty close. And Catherine, did Scott really go look at the Beans Corn Road today?
No, it wasn't necessary.
Okay, I didn't know if we've been using it because I know that there was some concern about the pitch on the road, so I didn't know. So again, that would be something we require closer.
Well, remember, you haven't done the fine grading or pitching or anything.
Correct. I just didn't know if they gone out or not. There's no need.
All right, council, anything else? Lindsay, anything?
No, I think the questions have answered what my questions were as well, just as long as we are fixing the things with like heat and that stuff, and moving everything kind of up that needs to down right now, or stuff that's at 200%, we definitely need to adjust. Other than that, it sounds good to me.
Okay. So council, right now, we have the bottom line number of our discussions of 917,429. There's no other specific line items you wanted to go over. Pete, let me start with you.
No, I'm good.
You satisfied with the 917?
That's a trick question.
Pretty straightforward.
I'm not all right with it either. That's not what I do.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay?
Yeah, looks good to me.
All right, Jason?
Yep, sure.
Eric?
Yep.
Craig?
Yeah, I think we're going to catch up.
All right, and I will say yes also with those changes. Catherine, do you have those, or do you need to get those?
I have all of them.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So bottom line, 917,429, Public Works. Thank you very much for that. Let's move on to Buildings and Grounds, please. That's the next page, page 29.
There is a decrease of $656 or a decrease of 5.4%, which is in the contractual.
So the bottom line, 11,534 is less than last year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, good.
Good. Discussion, council, anything? Pete, you good?
I'm good.
Lindsay?
Yep.
Jason?
Yeah, yes.
Eric, you said you good, right?
I'm good.
Craig? Good. Yep. Yes, Heather.
There isn't anything in equipment for replacement of planks, standing sections, picnic tables, etc. Did that get moved into the recreation department budget at some point? Or there's a bunch of stuff I know is highlighted at the park that needed repairs and trash receptacles, picnic tables and stuff.
Which part?
Loving Park had some stuff, Manson Park, Jean had a list.
Manson Park.
Trust.
Is it based on the email from Jane like last year? End of
Right,
last
there's a
year?
whole list of things, and it seems like it's like maintenance stuff that needs to be done. It's not necessarily like buy a new picnic table, but
Right.
repair the picnic tables.
Yeah, broken fence or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Captain, can you have some insight on that? Line 20-05, the
Even
equipment?
we can put all these items in buildings or grounds, and what will likely happen is it'll be taken out of the highway budget, because they'll charge it.
Well, no, the question was, has that line item 20-05 always been zero?
Oh, I'm sorry, always been zero.
Heather's point was, there are picnic tables and trash receptacles under the buildings and grounds that need to be replaced or repaired. But the line item that shows that, I assume that's the one that would have that, shows zero.
I
Or
think-
did it get moved to recreation?
I think that it got phased out. We used to have a small amount of money here, but frankly, they would charge items when they went to fix things to the public works budget. And there are a couple of items to be fixed that are in the recreation budget, but not all these items.
We've been taking care of at least half of our parks piece of it, and Picnic Park's piece of it.
Okay.
Majority, probably Manson Park anyway.
The other
Which is,
question,
The trust.
other question I have is about the industrial park sign. Did the blocking get replaced again after it was fixed a couple years ago? It's been repaired again this year. Is that adequate to repair again next year? Because apparently people like to drive.
Well, usually we've been lucky. I've got the last few times the insurance company, we've got people.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
That's it, yep. So, yeah, that's usually somebody else's fault. Drivers.
Sign doesn't move in front of them.
Not usually.
It's not really the sign, it's that big funky area around the bottom. It's like, how do you miss it?
It's a large truck.
Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else, we've gone the roundabout on here, so let's move along. Buildings and grounds at 11,534. Let's move on to cemeteries, please. That is... Someone wake up Mr. Snow on page 30, right?
And cemeteries is an increase of $6,452 or 10.3%.
Hold on, Paul, hey, can you do that again, please? I didn't hear a thing you said.
Nope, that's fine. Cemeteries is on page 30. It is an increase of $6,452 or 10.3%.
10.3, okay. What line items are we looking at? Hold on. That 48,622.
It does have the 5%.
That's correct. That's what it's just going to do.
Doesn't have any increase in it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it has the 5%. 5% CPI, which will be 3%.
Last year was 48,633.
Yeah, that's 48,622.
So it's, I don't see any increase in that.
Is that because it's mostly part-time?
Does that line item 01-15 have that 5% that you put in?
Correct.
It does. Okay.
1380.
So I have 47,696.
Hours on it, right? Mike, if you look at your expense report, budget for 2022.
What page?
We are looking at page 5. Under cemetery 01 personnel services.
Yep.
48,633. And we're at 48,622.
So, Catherine, that doesn't make sense.
No.
So the budget, no, hold on here. No.
Yeah. 20.
No?
Hold Oh, okay, so that's the 2021. Yep, okay. Yeah, so you've got on here, Catherine, 48 on page 5. On line 1501, personal service, you had budget net of 48,633. Yeah, this year, for next year's budget is 48,622. So there wasn't a 5% increase.
Well, no, that's a combined of FICA and part-time. So really it was 45,177.
Okay.
The FICA was 3456, which is now 3720.
Hold on.
It's 45,177 went up like $3,500.
48,065.
Follow me, Mike?
Yeah, I do. I'm just doing the quick math. But, I'm sure it has something to do with the overtime and FICA. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the whole.
So this is dependent on if you have an open season, a long season, you can go over, or if it's a reasonable regular season, you'll be all set.
Okay, so that 3% puts us at 47,696. Somebody wants to check me on that? 47,696. Minus 926.
I'm sorry, Mike, I missed, what are you doing?
These wages were a 5% arbitrary amount that the town manager put in for the budget. For the cost of living, we agreed across the board to lower it down to 3. We thought 5% was a bit.
So I'm just curious, what does that bring your lowest paid employee to at the $14.83 an hour? What is that going to be instead?
That's why didn't these fall on the 8%?
We're looking at a $13.80 minimum wage, and I think you're going to bring them down really close to that, and it'll be harder to get employees.
Well, are some of these the 8%?
Yeah, some of these should be the 8%, right?
Because minimum wage went 8.1%.
They're temp employees, so no, they weren't at 8%. They're not regular union employees.
Because they're seasonal?
Correct.
No, not seasonal, part-time. Because the library work is not seasonal. You said some of those count for the library.
They work all year. These are seasonal employees, like, they're considered temps, except for Peter.
On this one, yes.
Yeah, on this one.
Good question.
But,
I don't get it.
but you did you not use the 8% for this, or no?
I don't think I did.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
I did put it up so it would get beyond 1380.
456.
Yeah, sorry, I won't have that.
Okay, so 1483.
Basically $14.50 an hour.
So 1483. Someone check me on that. If you take the 5% out, that's 1412. So I'm looking at the hourly amount. You said you kept it out, so it's going to be a minimum of 1380. What was the amount you said? 1381. Was going to be the new minimum.
1380 is the new.
1380. Okay.
Yeah, with an 8.1%
Okay.
increase.
So we would have had one person who was just joined the cemetery staff for a few weeks that would have been under the minimum wage.
8%.
Okay, but that doesn't. I wonder if you could explain that to me, because the lowest hourly rate I see on here is $14.83. Okay? So by my math, if you take 5% out of that, that's down to $14.12. Is that right?
And that's fine.
Right, but you're saying you were shooting at $13.81. The lowest one's going to be below minimum for a couple weeks because it's part-time. That makes no sense. What you just said makes no sense.
So this year, looking at the pay rates, there was one employee that was below what the minimum wage would be.
Right.
So we made.
Are we still talking about the budget, or are we talking about somebody that was hired this past summer?
We were talking about the different positions of the people that will likely be coming back. And so we needed to make sure they were all over 1380, which we did.
Okay. So we go back to the original, 48,622, knock that down to a 3% increase instead of 5, we're at 47,696, because if you take the lowest amount, 1483, it's still over $14 an hour. So the minimum wage is not an issue.
Correct.
Okay. So we made a problem when there wasn't one.
47,696.
That's what I got.
What's that change on our FICA?
We're going to go back and do that. That's going to be a calculation.
I'm going to go back and somehow redline this.
47,696.
So it may be 0.5%, 1%.
Did that for,
But that's going to be part of the final, but what we're doing is going through, doing this. Catherine is going to be going through and do the actual amounts that the FICA and everything will match our new rate. Perfect. So actually for this one, if we kept it at 69,235, you come back with that, it might be 69,230. I don't know, I'm just throwing out numbers. It's going to be very small change. Or 69,2, whatever.
What part of this is covered by, or is any of this covered by the trust?
Pardon?
Any of the cemetery trust, any of this covered
Yes.
by?
What we've
We
done.
can ask the gentleman right here.
Yeah.
What part of this budget is covered by the trust?
To my knowledge,
Yeah.
none.
None.
To my knowledge, none.
The whole budget is covered by the trust simply because the town council decided 3 years ago, because we had so much money in the trust and we could never spend all of it, that for a number of years while the economy was bad, we would take out of the trust the amount of what the expenditure budget is, so it would be a wash. So if the cemetery budget was 69,000, in the revenues will be 69,000 taken out of the cemetery trust as revenue coming into the town. So it would be a wash with no impact on the tax.
So basically, that's it's built in. We're basically building in a $70,000 pad to the municipal expense budget.
Well,
Well,
no, it's a wash because we get that paid back, but it's this is the way we need to track it.
We can't net it out and not have it. We have to have it in there because there's no net budgeting for municipalities. So it's on one side as the expense, and then because we have that large trust account, we will put a revenue source in so it nets out as zero. And we have to put it in the gross amount.
Which is a built-in $70,000
Right.
overage.
No.
No.
Why not?
Because your revenue is up 70,000. Which is
It's
Washington.
not overage. We budget what we need to do to take care of the cemetery, the trust, then at the end of the day we'll pay back that amount. So it's like, getting a bill for services rendered.
Budget on both sides of the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man, I'm gonna get to you next. I want to have Peter weigh in, please.
The budget is fine for me.
Mm-hmm.
I have two questions that might have to do with money and might not. In 2016, I got a form that was found and given to me that told me how much we had in trust funds. That's 2016. I haven't seen anything since. I have no idea where the money's invested, the principal or the interest, I have no idea. I wanted hard copies. 2016?
Have you asked for that since?
Yes. I remember asking the town council and they said they would email. And I would get one.
So these reports are just upstairs in the budget book. So the question I was asked is how much money is available, and it's the same amount of principal available estimated, because we don't have all the records going all the way back to 1900. So we have to estimate how much is the real principal, and so we were very conservative. So we have over $700,000 that is available, and still is. It goes up. It could be $1 million 1 month. It could be 900,000 the next month because of the investments. It could be 1.1 million the next month.
So how would Mr. Snow get a copy of that?
He can come in and look at them anytime. His question to me is he wanted to see everything going all the way back to the beginning, and we just don't have all of that.
Can you get a hard copy of what you have latest?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And the thing is, I've got cemetery fund, perpetual care fund, floral fund, the George M. Parks fund, I don't think is mine anymore, but it may be, and the cemetery capital improvement. We're improving every year. And it's getting harder. Thanks to Donnie and his crew, I took, I think, 3 weeks out of our time to do Route 2 cemetery to get it done so a person could be buried there. The person met me, I've lost track of what time, Monday. He said, no, I'm not going to bury there. And I knew he wasn't going to. But I had to get it done. Donnie gave me his crew, and we spent 3 weeks out there. It's done. Okay? That takes time. That takes away from. That's all I wanted to know, how much I was going to have. So if I had to bill out, which I'm going to have to get, I figured 32 more yards alone to finish it. I just wanted the hard copy of it. That's all. The second question.
Yeah, hold on, Lindsay.
The second question may be for Lindsay too. We're getting to a point where I'm crowded at the shack I have. 4 mowers, 3 trailers, all the tools. And I'd like to get that gas, oil out. And I noticed up to the town garage that the town got, I've got to make sure I use the right terminology, a building that had been at the Pinnacle that was brought over to the town garage. The town garage, they told me they were not going to use it. I opened it up and it's perfect for me. But I understand it's supposed to go up for bid, right? And I don't know if it was town property in the beginning or the Pinnacle.
It was donated by a private owner to the Parks and Rec for the banquet use.
The old one that I had.
The one.
There's a new one there
The one that
now.
was just there.
All right, there's one that's, an older one that's.
Yeah, that one was the one that was donated. The one that's sitting at Donnie's Public Works is donated and was donated to Parks and Rec or whatever.
Parks and Rec.
And is now going out to bid in the surplus sale.
What, if Parks and Rec, does Parks and Rec need it? Does Public Works need it?
The donor, I have information on this. The donor gave that to Skating Rink, which is part of town Parks and Rec, and they said they were okay with the sale of that and the proceeds going back into the skating rink program. That was the way they looked at the donor left it.
Okay, so
we received a grant. That's why there's a new building, and we received a grant for that, which is a different issue altogether. But that little 6x8 shed that's sitting there, town public works building, to be sold off with the proceeds to benefit the Parks and Rec program.
Okay, that was part of the deal.
They're all bid $1,500 for it.
Yeah, hey, I don't care who buys it.
1,000, I mean-
At this point.
I'll tell you, if we get inspected, and the inspector goes in there and sees, I thought it was town property. I didn't know it was dope.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
so,
Kind of is, but as a caveat.
I'm happy with my budget.
Okay.
No questions, no
I have a
lines.
question.
I'll answer any questions.
I'm sorry, let me
Okay.
catch up with Lindsay.
Lindsay, go ahead. I got Amanda waiting patiently.
Who manages the cemetery endowment, Catherine?
The cemetery endowment is managed by TD Wealth, and they've done an exceptional job. We started out with less than 300,000, and at times we're over 1.1 million. Recently, it's been lower, obviously.
What is the spending policy outline? Do we have a spending policy for the cemetery?
There is a spending
endowment?
policy, yes, there's a financial spending policy. There'll be a motion that's voted on each year if we're going to allocate out the amount of money, which the council has the ability to do.
Okay, and then lastly, to his point about getting a from inception to now report, I know you can get those because I sit on an endowment committee for a nonprofit. So TD or whoever you said is our profile wealth manager, they should be able to track the inception to the report for him. If he wanted to get that, it's fairly simple for them usually.
Well, the inception was back in 1900, a little bit after, and the monies have been invested everywhere. One of the first projects the council asked me to do when I arrived in 2002 was to figure out where the money was, because it was being invested by the town employees, and it was in many locations. So there's no inception. They took over the account in
From the time the wealth manager took over, from that point to now, you should at least be able to get that report then.
But that's not what I was asked for. It was for all the breakdown, there's all the perpetual care and everything. We just don't have all the records going all the way back to 1900. But we do have the records, some of the records in the 1960s and 70s, and then we have the information with the TD Wealth.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Amanda, thank you for being so patient.
Not a problem. So keeping in mind that this does get paid for by the trust, and my knowledge of how hard it is to hire employees, because it took me forever to hire an employee, why lower what's written here as the minimum wage? $14.12. I can do much less work than what they are required to do for $15 at McDonald's right now. I'm just asking to consider that this is a place where we don't want to lose employees.
I can answer that for you. We started with a budget that had a 5% increase that was put in arbitrarily by the town manager for cost of living. So we thought as a council that's a bit more than we think is necessary, because I personally, as a comparison, I've never gotten a cost of living increase my entire life. Ever. Anywhere I've ever worked. And I understand everyone would like to have a raise every single year, but the town's going to be hit hard like it was. We compromised, we made it free.
I understand for the budgets that will impact the tax base. This budget will not impact the tax base, and they are doing manual labor. We have other people doing manual labor who are making more per hour, and they should, because they do harder manual labor. But this one doesn't, of all of the budgets, this one doesn't actually hurt how much more I'm going to pay in my taxes.
Well,
And
this would.
I
The
really...
tax rate's going to be based on this, you know. This is one thing that
And
affects the tax rate.
what the
So it does
proposed
affect.
revenues are is included in that as well. And part of the proposed revenues is making up this. This one is a net zero wash because it's paid for by a trust. So this one does not impact our tax base like Public Works does or the library. I had to bury more than one person in that cemetery, and the last thing I'd want is to have poor Mr. Snow will say, I don't have anybody to get that ready for you. And I know he would move heaven and earth to make sure that happened, but we have to think about that. And that season runs, I mean, this year we're running really late into the season because we've had blessed with a very warm October into November. But just to consider, this is one that doesn't hurt us.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, go ahead.
Mr. Snow, are you having a hard time hiring people?
Yes.
You are?
I'm going to tell you the crew I have.
There we go.
I have an 85-year-old.
Okay.
I have a 76-year-old. I have a 73-year-old. I just lost it. Well, he never showed up. A 69. Then I have a young pup, 62.
Okay.
And I want to tell you something. I don't want to hire anyone under 60. Because I go down there, and I want to tell you, I find, no, I can't follow them. These kids, if I'm 19 or 20, oh, my girlfriend, oh, my boyfriend, whatever.
So Pete, you're having issues hiring people, is that based on pay?
No, it's based on people don't like hard work. Hard work is it.
Okay.
I mean, it's not easy. You take the 85-year-old. He says, can I do something different, Mo? No. I don't want you out there string trimming. I do have a string trimmer that's 73. He's an Army medic, so if anything happens to him, we're okay. I don't string trim anymore. I can't.
Yep.
But I want to tell you, we're going to be going, I thought we'd get done before Thanksgiving, but this weather, and I have burials coming up. And last year, someone asked me, I went to December 17th. And digging a grave is not fun. But I try to take care of the people. The people that come to the cemetery have lost some. Well, they're planning this summer's coming. I have young couples now that are buying lots. I did call the guy that has that. He doesn't want to sell it this time. I know he bought it for $45,000. I'd love to have that lot, which goes way over. Okay? I know what he wants to do. I don't know if he'll ever do it. It's hard work. It's very hard work.
Yeah.
So,
Hold on a second. You had the question?
To Amanda's point, right, I think what she's saying is, this is a little bit of a unique department, a unique budget, and that if there's something that is completely handcuffing their ability to do their job, it may have a little more flexibility because you have the revenue side of it paid by the endowment. If you need a shed, put a shed in the budget, right?
I'll have to put one in for next year because
Right.
I didn't think of it when I was doing the original budget. Then when I saw the one that was up to the townhouse, I said, oh, what are you using this for? Well, nothing. Whoa. I can use it.
Well, I mean,
I have extra money in my budget.
Budget season isn't over. If the shed's needed, then.
You just said you can make it.
I could make 1,500.
He can come back and revisit.
Okay.
Yes, Captain.
We have to table this.
Yeah. Hold on.
No, I'm not going to table it.
Captain, go ahead.
I just wanted to check with Donnie. Are Public Works employees going over and doing the digging at the cemetery?
Well, it depends on what they're doing. They don't dig all.
Most of them.
The full graves, I dig all the cremations. I dig them all.
All right, Council, anything else? All right, so Pete, so the 5% down to 3, that's knocking 926 off. So the bottom line is now 68,309. Those are the numbers I came up with.
No problem.
Lindsay,
Yep, sounds good.
Jason,
Yeah.
Eric,
Yep.
Craig. Yep. Okay. Very well. Cemeteries are done. Let's move on to transfer station, please.
Oh, shit. I'm going to go ahead and make early breakfast.
Transfer station. That is page 31. Yeah, Meyer, next one. Okay.
Michael.
It just is 11.
The gas for the cemetery, they used $2,000 already this year. And he only budgeted 1,200.
Well, you can,
Yeah.
he can,
Now we're good. You're good, Mike. Where are we at?
Transfer station is page 31. It is coming at an increase of 16,962, 3.7%.
You're on the transfer station? Is that what you said?
yep,
Yeah.
page 31, next one.
31.
7,
Thank you.
529 times 1.03. So the top line, knocking down from 5 to 3% is now 122, 157.
$157.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Let me see. 124 crossed it out. 529. So that's $2,372 less. 2,372. Just a reminder, all the FICA numbers and whatnot will be adjusted by Catherine for the
Yes.
final. So the bottom line we come up with is actually going to be slightly less next time. So, Donnie, on this one, where were your, where am I here? Okay, that's account 1505.
Well, Mike, one of these,
Yeah.
these weren't all 5%, Catherine, correct?
Some of the lower
Some of these
ones
were higher.
were at 8%.
Right, so you can't just do
So
your...
which are one of these low ones at 8%?
Yes.
Right. So that number doesn't count. Of course, we don't know which one.
So which ones?
The one attendant, that was much lower. So the one
30,
attendant.
okay, so the attendant at 34,320, that was at 8%. The truck driver and the coordinators, personnel service coordinator, safety,
They were at 5.
at 5. Okay, so let me do some re-ciphering. So 34,320 is going to stay. 5, 4,
I got 120, 233.
total.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me, almost caught up here.
Not overly confident in that, but
What's that bring that one wage to?
Okay, so that'll be 5, 3, plus 3, 4, 1 plus.
Well, some of them are 8. Oh.
No.
What did you have?
make it 1650. I had 122.33.
I had 122,810. I take the 54,579 at 3%.
That's
Comes
your
down to
coordinator
53,539.
Yeah.
The 35,630, 3% is down to 34,951, and the attendant at 34,320 I left alone.
Sure. We'll go with yours.
Are these all rough numbers anyway?
Yeah,
Because
they are.
everything else needs to be adjusted.
Somebody's gonna have to
Yeah.
actually take some time.
So 122,810.
120.
Yeah,
10.
122,810. 122,810. Yeah, these numbers are going to be checked and double checked.
Yeah.
Certainly not an accountant.
You just increased it. It was 124.
No,
Oh, okay.
that's from my head.
Yeah, because he reduced the 34.
Oh, right, so we're good.
Yeah.
So, what Brent said.
Okay, so that's 17, 19 less. 1,719 so far.
I don't want to split hairs, but at what point do we switch from 3% to 8%?
The lowest people would have ended up under the 1380 or a little bit above, and it just isn't enough to live on.
I'm not questioning that. So at what point do we switch from the 3% to the 8%? What's the threshold?
With the people that were lowest, that would have ended up at the minimum wage or under or a tiny bit above.
If you remove the 8% from that particular position, it brings it to 31.
Yeah.
Then minimum wage will be almost 29.
Right. So at what point are we saying, am I not getting it? Am I...
No, I think I understand. It's going to be up to Catherine. I mean, how many employees' wages did you do the 8% with? Do you have that listed?
There were very few. I do have a listing, and I will make
We
it
got
fine.
2 in the library.
You have 2 in the
You got 1
library.
here.
There's 1 in recycling.
I mean, to me, both those positions should get 8%.
Just a second, Donnie. Hold on.
I understand what you're saying. You can do that if you want to.
I think both those positions should get 8%. I mean, if you're making 34,320 or 35,630, I don't really feel like one guy's getting rich quicker than the other. I mean, I think they deserve, that both positions deserve 8%.
Well, 34,320 as is, and the other one at 3% is 34,951. Yep, go ahead, Tom.
Let me just explain it to you. It's real simple. You got a guy sitting here, he's been with me for 18, almost 19 years, he's making a little over $1 more than minimum wage.
Right.
The other one, the truck driver's been there for 33 years, and he's not making much more. He got off to go in. I've had people trying to steal him for the last 8 months, willing to pay him $2 an hour more than what he's making for me. So, I'm going to lose guys. He's got hydraulic experience, he works on machines, he's my foreman, he's responsible when I leave the facility and go do public work stuff. You're not going to find somebody that's going to do that position.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, that is.
That's basically the way it is. That's the reason why.
Eric was arguing the rate.
So you want to keep the 35,630 and the 34,320. Take the 64,579 at the 3%.
I'm saying both those positions should get 8% raise. Not
Both those positions at that price is 8%. Right, Catherine?
No.
5%. Only the attendant. Only the attendant.
So the attendant, that's at 8% already?
Yes.
And the truck driver, we increased that another 3%, right?
We had put him in at 5%, which you all are making 3%.
Right, but that 35,630 right now represents that 5% increase that you used.
Correct.
Okay. So if we take what Eric wants to do and what Donnie had supported, take that 35,630, put that up to 8%, that'll match the 8% increase that the attendant at 34,320 already represents.
Correct.
Then the only adjustments we could make to make it across the board, that 54,579, we put that at 3%, which right now is 53,539.
That's correct.
I haven't done the calculations for the 35,630 though.
36,648.
36,648.
Yes.
I got 36,698.
34,648. So somebody do some math. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we've got.
So if you look at the 2022 budget,
35,630.
it's 34,420.
35,630 divided by 105.
Times that by 1.08.
1.0.
But they weren't paid
the
the
way
amounts that
we
were
really
there
calculate it,
for some of the positions that he hired.
35.
The budget
Six
is
divided by
I
105. Is that your
Next year, let's not just arbitrarily pick 5%
times 1
and completely zero.
Well, I have to make some sense.
No.
No, actually.
35,630 divided by 105 equals times 1 week.
Okay, so what I have right now at the 54,579 and the 3% increase, that's at 53,539. The 34,320 we're leaving because that's already showing the 8% increase. The 35,630 we've increased to 8%. What you get for that? 36,648.
Yep.
So I've added 36,648. 34,320 and 54,579. I came up with 124,507.
Usually I do all this. You all don't do it. I'll do it. You just say what to do.
So we're at plus 22.
All right. Well, we got a few guys.
Okay, so Donnie, where were other than that mess there? What is your diesel reflecting for you?
It's a little low, but we're doing some of our demo. I've got an agreement with Town of Heartland to take some of our demo there instead of going 40 miles to Norwich Walk. It's about $6 more a ton. It's costing us about 11 for the diesel fuel. So I'm trying to save expense with that too. Is we're going 11 miles instead of 35 one way.
So I don't understand what it has to do with
Diesel is
diesel.
I'm a little over this year. I'm going to be a little over this year. But again, I'm going to shorten some routes. We're not going to have to make as many trips to Norwich Walk. I could do.
So you're looking to maintain that price based on cutting down on travel.
And I think we're good. Yes. I
Okay.
think it's going to be good.
All right. In contractual, those are real numbers, right?
Those are real numbers due to increases. That slightly increased due to increases in our tipping fee.
So you those increases are good through the year 2023?
Go all the way through. Yes.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Council, anything else that you see on that? We hit the two big ones. All the payment stuff is going to fall into place when we redo the wages.
Electricity is listed the same as last year's.
His year-to-date,
But the burn looks
62%.
right. Burn rate looks good. 60%.
Yeah.
62%.
Actually,
Yeah. Yeah, he's projecting that pretty good.
Is that one that's covered?
Yes, that's one of the main power options.
Yeah, we were considering a bathroom out there. I'm just like, it's stupid, but portable toilet rental, water cooler rental, heat rental stuff, $2,900 a year. How many years to repay that?
I like you.
About 6 months.
I just throw it out there, like,
I think you
I hate
can.
putting stuff into
Are
rentals.
you even allowed to on that?
No, we won't.
No, to
They're
do
legal. You can have.
actual plumbing.
No. You can't run water lines because we're going through landfill. I love.
Always on land.
Yeah, I would love to do that. I would love not to.
Question retracted.
Porta toilet at 32 below.
Yeah.
90 degrees.
Been there, so
They'd have lemons on the water.
We ran water from the hydrant in the black pipe in the summertime.
They'll try to
You know,
cover it
straight-
out.
yeah, all
Out of
water.
the showers.
They let me put a fire.
Trolley soil down in the hangar.
Yeah, I would love to, but you can't. Unfortunately, yeah, it's too bad that they.
What about the recycle center? Do they have a bathroom?
The porta potty.
Recycle center? The recycle, reuse?
Across the way?
Across the way, there is, yes, but it hasn't been opened.
Kitchens and
The
runoff.
building hasn't been opened.
You're a mess. Save $3,000 to walk across the street.
Only-
Yeah, we're gonna cut your porta potty. You guys have to go across the street and use that.
Only-
Are you good with it?
Maybe I can get internet over there too. Maybe I can do something there instead of at home.
Anything else, Council?
Oh, no, this is transfer, not recycle. Never mind. I'm good.
So with the numbers that we figured on the wages, that added $22, so the bottom line right now is $477,528.
No, we saved $22. $477,484.
5 was up? Oh, sorry.
Never mind.
What I just said, forget it.
477, 484.
You give Donnie and Dave $11 a piece for
477, 484.
Correct.
That's really what I meant to say.
Who's the max?
All right.
So how are you, good with that, Pete? 477, 484?
Yep.
Lindsay? Very good. Jason?
Yeah.
Eric?
Yep.
And Mr. Jessup?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. All right, transfer station is complete. Where are we next? Recycling. And that will be next page, maybe? Yes, so that. All right, so based on the logic from last time, you want to keep those wages the same?
These must both be 8%, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Yeah.
One's a current employee. One just made an offer last week to another employee that we started a week. So kind of had to roll them away from somebody else. I had to start them at a better.
So the wages are going to stay the same. They are both 8%. You said,
Yes.
okay.
And we have to do that because he's gone, how many have you had there? 3?
4 or 5.
4.
Yeah, they don't last very long. Manual labor. Manual labor, cold, hot, Saturdays. Great condition.
So Donnie, you don't really have an awful lot on here that you can control.
Nope.
You were all set with that? How does it look prior?
That is perfect.
Okay.
It's all right line.
Any, yes, Jason?
I know some residents have talked about the recycling container that used to be out back here. I don't know, where does that come into play? What line item is it? Whose budget is it?
Donnie?
I assume it's recycling, but.
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
It's costing you 3 times the amount of labor to clean it up, separate everything out, because people can't read signs. Than it would be for them to come down and I could tell them that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. I know there's convenience out there, but you also had food, you had needles, you had toilet paper, tissues, food.
So it was a great social experiment that didn't work.
I mean, they do work, but again, we don't have a way to police it. If we had that, it was just like when we had it at the plaza, that was the worst.
I'm surprised he didn't have more problems with it, honestly.
It lasted for a long time.
It did.
The last
Yeah, but so didn't your issues.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot.
That's fair.
See, I pay attention sometimes.
Well, I had to rescue a woman out of there one night. I heard somebody screaming all over across the street.
Yeah, we had the teenagers in there.
Oh my
Reading
goodness.
comic books. We had to pull them out.
But when I got a read on, but I had during the
Council, anything else on this?
That was it.
Jason?
So is there any line items for replacements? Is like a compactors or agent?
Well, we've got that's something that we're going to look at. That's why I said
That's capital? Okay.
Yeah, it's capital. We've got a 30-year-old, 22-year-old compactor.
Yeah.
They can be replaced.
Different budget.
Yeah, that's, capital.
Okay. I'm good.
Lindsay?
No questions here.
Okay. Jason? Anything else you want to bring up? You good?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, Eric?
My only comment is that we traditionally haven't spent that whole budget, but if you're good with it, you're
They
good with it.
have a fallback, so when they overspend, everybody else
All right.
overspends, they can love it from me. We're the insurance.
Yeah. This is the insurance called the contingency plan, transfer station.
Jesus, you were half your budget.
Right.
And if you kind of look at the revenue issues, always remind.
Eric, you say you're all right with it?
Yeah, whatever.
That wasn't resigning, yes. Is there something you want to talk
What
about?
do you got?
No, not right now.
What's the overall
in the last.
Maybe not right
No,
now.
it's worth.
We're not coming back
That's
to
not worth
this.
screwing with. You know, so 2019 actual, they can't even friggin' talk. 2019 actual is 99,000. 2020 actual is 89,000. 21 year to date, well, I don't know what that really means, but 82,000, 83,000. I just, yeah. Is it a slush fund or is it
Staffing, usually it's staffing, we're always
Light
short.
on.
We've been
Light on.
short one guy.
right?
And we're supposed to have 5 guys on staff, according to our license, we've got 4, and we do really well with 4, but I will tell you that this 3 thing is gonna end real quick, because I'm 3 guys trying to run that facility 50 hours a week. It's tough.
Mhm.
So that's where a lot of it came from, was just staffing. We've been working for a long time. I've got 14 weeks of vacation, I'd like to take some. And it's
Yep.
tough for these guys to do the same thing they should, to get that staff the way it should, then people can take their vacations and not worry about being short-staffed. Because 2 days a week, there's only two guys.
So how do they split their time between the transfer station and the recycling?
That's employees. As far as their duties, you mean?
Yeah.
Everybody does everything. Nobody's exempt from.
So like put on the books, like there's someone up there.
How do they charge the time? It's a valid question.
The charge time is the ones that basically spend most of the time are the ones that are bailing and building, are the ones that we charge the recycling.
Okay.
So you don't move hours, they're just allocated there and the hours come out of there.
And then there's responsibility, like I said.
So do you follow your budget saying, geez, I'm 100 hours over this week than I really should be for my budget? Do you adjust that way, or you just let it roll to the end of the year and then surprise, surprise?
No, I pretty much keep track of it. It's just the
Okay.
same shit.
Okay.
Because each one of them, even though they're recycling, is on Saturdays, Dave and Alan are both on the recycling. So if there's recycling to be done, but the facility still has to be monitored. The only other person that can monitor the facility is me.
But you are watching it like you do your own hours split between the
Oh,
departments. Okay, perfect.
oh, yeah.
That's just what I need to
Just so if somebody'd ask, how much time are you spending here versus over there?
Yep.
Yes, most.
Well, and that's what everyone should expect from any department head, but that's perfect. I'm glad you do that.
I mean, basically what I'm looking at is, all right, we increased the public works budget by 15,000. If we did that, we right-size that budget, is the right thing to do is take some money out of this recycling budget, knowing that you're most likely not going to have to borrow money from that department because your other budget is right.
Well, the problem is payroll. We've been short one guy. We
Okay.
got a guy, we hire him, we have him there for 6 weeks, and then there's only 3 of us at the facility for 22 weeks, and then we get somebody that's here for 6 weeks, and then they decide they quit because there's not enough money, there's too much work.
Yep.
So that's where you're getting, it's mostly about that position. I will tell you, this last 2 or 3 years, working with 3 employees at that facility, because we can't seem to get that 4th guy to get in there and somebody to stick around. So if you know anybody's dependable and wants a steady
That's why
job
we
with
need to
benefits,
pay
that's not a bad job.
Well, and I get we need to pay better, like I understand completely.
Better caliber.
But it's just one of those things, it seems like we're always short. We're supposed to have 5, we've staffed it at 4, and then
Yep.
it's just been 3 of us for 3 years, it just seems like we can't keep that.
You want to leave it just the way it is.
I would love to, because if we're gonna fund that other position, it's either you're telling me I'm gonna work with 3 people for the next year.
No, that's what I'm just going off traditionally what.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So if you're saying it needs to be 120, you're
I
fine
will
with that.
guarantee you with this new employee, if he sticks around and we keep him for a full year, you'll see that we'll use the money.
All right.
Guaranteed.
You all set, Eric?
Yeah.
You happy with that 120, 224?
Yep.
I know you're not happy with it, but you'll go with it.
I'll go with it.
All right, fantastic. So that makes everyone voted in on that. So recycling, processing, the account 1510 at 120,224. That's good. Let's move on to recreation.
Hey.
That is what, page 34?
Yes, 34.
I was just hanging around.
I actually thought you were.
I thought you
was. You have that little to do?
Hey, what is recreation budget?
You are just hanging around. Hold on, hey, come on, let's move on here, guys. Focus, please.
So page 34, 34, recreation budget come in 103,255, an increase of 14,061. And Ben advised me that we should have 28 hours for the recreation director, and I thought that was a typo when I got it. There was an explanation. And the gentleman had said he wasn't going to work over 20 hours a week, but if 28 is fine, then we can change that.
So 69,303. We got 67,983.
So,
What was that? What did you say,
there's
guys?
a couple things going on. So we put in a budget proposal increasing the part-time rec director hours from 20 to 28. Because he's working about 40 to 45 right now, half of it for free. And I'd like to have a budget to at least pay him more of the hours he's actually working.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change. We increased the part-time assistant because nobody wants to work 8 hours a week. We got some high school kids occasionally, and we've got Cody who can come in and work a scoreboard for us for a while, but you can't. It's not enough to put somebody in charge of handling this with some set of responsibilities. So Jake's doing everything as a part-time employee. So that's the impetus behind increasing some of the hours. We talked last year about putting in for a full-time rec director. We have a great rec director right now who does not want to become a full-time rec director. So we said, in lieu of full-time rec director, let's give him a few more hours and up the help of the assistant a little bit. It's still going to be less money than proposing a full-time rec director because of the benefits, but we're able to provide more services. And right now, honestly, the biggest thing I'm concerned about is you're not going to have Ben to do 10 to 15 hours a week volunteer rec, and Lindsay doing 4 or 5 hours, and Liz Ross doing 6 or 8 hours volunteer every week to coordinate this stuff. There's going to come a time where you don't have those volunteers to keep it running, and if you overwhelm Jake, he's going to get done, and we're going to have a hard time having a rec program. Yeah. Right? A lot of you guys are involved in it. You know where I'm coming from. So that's the impetus behind that.
So the assistant, if you had a full-time rec director at 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, would you need the assistant?
You'd still need somebody for some hours because that person is going to go away for a weekend with his family. Or they're going to take a day off. You can have just one person. So you still need 8
Well,
to
they can
12
take a day off, but there's not recreation going on in this town 365 days a year.
Pretty close.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, it was pretty close. Yes, there
It's
is.
pretty close.
Yeah, we play football on Sundays, basketball's every Saturdays, there's hockey every Saturday. It's every night of the week, and it's every Saturday and Sunday.
I'm not talking weekends, I'm talking 365.
Okay.
So a person can take time off without affecting the recreation. I take time off without affecting my job.
Are you a one-person job, though, Mike?
I'm sorry?
Are you a one-person job? Is there
I'm
anybody else in your
a
company?
one-person job, yes.
Okay.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because I don't know.
Well,
But
you would still have to have an assistant for at least 8 to 12 hours, probably 8 in there.
And you'd have to pay
But then-
benefits, right?
And you had a benefit package.
Right, but if they were a full-time rec, you would.
You have to add in benefits, yes.
Right.
So there's $20,000 to $24,000